Finally, welcome back to the fifth weekly Dum-Dum celebration. Dum-Dum does not mean dumb people. Dum-Dum is if you've ever read any of Edgar Rice Burroughs' Tarzan books, that was the great apes would have a celebration from time to time after a great victory or, whatever. And we are celebrating here that we've almost made it through another week. It's almost Friday. I've been trying to get on for the last 10 minutes. StreamYard's been having some problems saying we're at capacity, and uh, I've never seen that happen before where it won't let you go live. They said we're devoting resources to it. So weird stuff's been going on the internet. Weird stuff, indeed. So I went on a few minutes early. I'm still incredibly tired as I was whenever I did that last show. I think that was yesterday. Maybe it was the day before. I don't know. I just beat. But I'm a man of my word. I'm here on Thursday to hang out with you guys and whatever you guys want to do. I have the link in the chat. If anyone wants to go, someone's already here. Who could this be? Why, it's Kevin Johnson from Gotham City Comics. Hey there.
Hey, how you doing?
Oh, I'm all right,
Still
but
sick?
that James Bond music's gonna get me a copyright strike for sure. So turn that down a little bit. Uh, let's see. I'll give you a solo layup. Um, Sigmund Ooze says, "God bless you, Gratu and Trump. By the way, Stormy Daniels doesn't do it for me." Yeah, Stormy Daniels is not that beautiful, honestly. Well, what's new at Mesa, Arizona's favorite comic store?
Not much.
What are the big titles this week?
Nothing really sold this week.
Did anyone buy the first appearance of Sergeant Rock facsimile?
You guys all claimed them last week, so I didn't have any.
Oh, yeah, we shafted your actual
But
customers.
I ordered more. I have more coming. I think by Friday, by tomorrow,
Oh,
I should have more.
I'm recording on my new phone, and your voice sounds very different. Uh, so it's a more realistic sounding voice. I don't know if that even makes any sense, but kind of deeper, unless you've got a cold or something.
No, I don't think so. Maybe.
No, I think this phone just has better sound. It's many generations up from what I had. I'm a little nervous about it because we haven't gotten the case in the mail yet for it, and I don't want to drop it and scratch it. So I'm kind of I'm on a couch here where it's carpeted and everything. So,
That the guy with that moving truck full of stuff called me.
oh yeah,
He's down. He's keeps going lower and lower. He's basically he wants to just give it to me pretty much.
give it to you. Does he have the title for the thing?
Supposedly, yeah.
Hopefully, it's not a stolen truck. You got to be careful with these people.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of stories, so I'm kind of staying away.
Yeah, yeah, that could be a real white elephant problem for your store to have that. Someone was trying to sell him a giant truck filled with old comics and basically someone's whole life in the truck, right? Is that correct?
Yeah,
Hmm.
right.
Get a good background here.
Trying to fix a poster. Yeah, I've had a lot of spare time last couple of days.
Really?
Yeah, I've never seen it this quiet before.
Hmm. I wonder if what that means. Uh, They say the stock market's gone through the roof and the economy's doing great. So obviously you're mistaken.
I
That was the
know.
headline today.
It's just me. I'm the only one, huh?
Yeah. Um,
But
well,
yeah, I just saw that. I just saw that about the stock market, and I was like, well, yeah. And these people, they're throwing money behind, what is it, GameStop? Just to screw other people over.
yeah. Oh, yeah.
I don't understand stocks, and I never invested in them.
No, it's just right now, it's just a way to prop up Biden to try to fool people into thinking he's doing great. And there are people that believe it. Um,
Yeah, I just saw a post on Facebook, and everybody in that group, they all praise Biden and they believe everything they hear on the news.
oh, I saw a post today on Facebook completely changing the subject about that edition, that hardcover Web of Horror. Is that out already or out soon?
I think it's out soon.
Um, yeah, it looks amazing. Let's see if I can. I think it was in the EC group because let's see if I can find it. Maybe it wasn't. Oh, here it is. I'll give myself full screen. Um, I guess it has a slip cover, complete Web of Horror.
Yeah, I remember ordering that. I remember that cover.
Yeah, just
Is it Fantagraphics putting it out?
it probably tells here. Let me see. There's some. I don't know. Let me see. Um, it doesn't say. Oh, actually, here's one that shows more. It shows the pages inside.
Doesn't say who the publisher is.
Um, Let me see. This one has more text. Let's see. Um, it just says no. It really doesn't. But that's what it looks like sliding out of its slipcover. And um,
That's cool that it has a slipcase because I didn't remember that part about it.
what's cool here is it has this story by
How you doing today?
oh, it's got a customer. Who's this artist, man? Uh, anyway, this story was in Monsters Unleashed, I think, number 2. This sword and sorcery story here, but it originally had been planned to be in the 4th issue of Web of Horror, and this is anyway. So it's they have this book reprints the 3 issues of Web of Horror and the contents of what would have been issue 4. This is from the late '60s. It was a They were trying to do a Warren style thing, and it has Bernie Wrightson art and all that. Let's see what's going on with people here in the chat. Paulo says, "Good evening." Sigmund Ooze says, "Hi, Paulo. Can't wait for the Trump Biden debate in June. Good evening, peeps." Sorry, I don't mean to sigh in desperation reading the chat. I'm just really tired. Um, but the dog is snuggling next to me by my leg, and that makes me feel better. But man, I feel
Hey, I
like an
stepped away. You were saying a story. There was one of the stories you were describing.
it's a sword and sorcery story, and trying to remember. Let me let me see here.
You've read the story before?
Yes, because it was a Marvel magazine. It was they must have since Web of Horror 4 was never published. They must have taken that story and used it in in the Marvel magazine, Monsters Unleashed. And I remember as a kid in second grade getting that issue and being really impressed by it, because it's like the hero like slashes the wizard's neck and it's like barely hanging on. It was it's pretty great. I trying to remember who the artist was, so I'm going to look it up on mycomicshop.com. Um,
Yesterday, I met a new customer. He moved in from St. Louis,
uh-huh.
and he's a model builder,
Oh, that's great.
and he's willing to build models for me and be paid in other models.
That's fantastic. That's great.
So he started. He took one home last night. He started on one.
Which model?
It's the Kraken.
Okay. It's called The Sword of Dragonus. Script by Frank Bruner, art by Frank Bruner. It's really early Frank Bruner art from 1968, but
That sounds
um,
good.
and it's yeah, that's in the book. But you can also see it in Monsters Unleashed number two if any of you have that. Oh, let's see what people are saying in the chat. Missing Mars, Gratu, I must send you something soon. Okay, thank you. That's great. That always cheers me up. Dr. Five says, hello, everyone. I'll be on shortly unless you're not feeling up to it. No, come on. If I fall asleep, you guys can keep going. Unless you're not feeling up to it tonight. I'm all right. If not, I totally understand. Yeah, come on. Meyer Greenblatt says, hello, everyone. Meyer, I was looking at your latest video and it showed that I wasn't subscribed to you. So something nefarious is going on in the YouTube world where I had to resubscribe and then I went back and I wasn't subscribed again. Something's going on with the uh,
You
something's
guys
going
want to
on.
crack a slab open?
Sure, yeah, that needs to be a new ritual. I wonder if Night Tiger's coming on. I haven't communicated with him, but oh man, Tales of the Zombie, great. Hold on, let me give you a full screen. Let's see how you
Doctor
do it.
Five. Doctor Fives was looking for an issue of this. I think he's looking for a different issue number though.
Oh,
Not this one. He
okay.
was like, sent me a list
Well,
of stuff he's looking for.
yeah, well, that's a great issue. What's it rated as? 7.5. Thanks for the sub and the unsub. I didn't unsub. That's the evil YouTube. Something going on.
All right, see if I can do it with one hand.
Oh, look at what? It's that easy?
Yep.
And what real protection is that for the book if it can be
None.
opened? None. This is
Look,
the tricky part, though, is getting it out of that tight bag, right?
just scissors. I'll do it. Let me go get my scissors. You just put it over to one side. And all you
Okay.
need to do is cut. Let me put my glasses on. You just need to cut two sides.
Okay.
You don't have to cut all four. I
Well,
don't
I
like
figured it wasn't.
I don't like razor blades because that you could just cut into the book.
Yeah, yeah,
You slip, you have more control with a pair of scissors.
yeah.
I know these scissors. I use them every day.
This is just a criminal thing that people slab comics. Fire Tech asked, "Does Kevin sell slabbed books?"
No, slab books don't sell at all. Here, I don't even need to cut both two sides. Oh no, wait, no, I do. I do need to
See,
cut two
people
sides.
want to get the books that aren't slabbed and then slab them themselves. It's all part of their sport. They don't want to
There's
get something that's already. It's like buying a deer head to put on your wall that you didn't shoot yourself. It's kind of not sporting. Missing Mars says, Gratu, you've spearheaded the unslabbing phenom. Oh, I don't know. I think there are other people that have done it before me, but I sure don't like it. I don't like anything about this hobby since, I was thinking about it today. I almost barely like comics into the Bronze Age. Really, it's like as soon as they killed off Gwen Stacy, Spider-Man, all growing up in the 70s, was just this depressing book. All he did was moon about his girlfriend and how he could have saved her. And it was just, and all these hippies came along, started writing all this psychedelic stuff. I like the 60s Marvel and then a little bit into the early 70s, but by 1975 the magic was over, and then the
Okay,
UPC codes came along, and I don't know. I can't imagine why people. I mean, there was great stuff. There was Jonah Hex, but a lot of. But oh, look at this.
so you cut this side
Yeah. Okay.
and then cut the top so that you can open it like this and get the book out. If you only
Yeah.
do one side, you have a chance of, you know, getting these sharp edges snagged on your book.
Oh shoot!
No, it's not. It's nothing. It's simple.
It's just a
It's
stupid thing.
it's
People
nothing to be
actually pay
worried
money to not ever read or see their book.
about. You just don't want to snag when you're lifting it out. You don't want to snag this edge on your book.
Oh yeah.
It's sharp
This
now,
was.
and that's why I
Oh.
cut two sides so I can open it and then I can get the book out. And it's
Okay.
out.
Cool.
Now it's out. I can look at it now.
Yeah. Excellent. This was a great era in the Bronze Age. The Marvel black and white magazines, I love them. I love the Bronze Age horror. It just by the 80s, all the magic started to go away, especially by the mid 80s to me. And then DC killed off all their multiple Earths. I hated that. Can't. Uh, I've just decided I really like the 60s and early 70s. That's my time period. Uh
Oh, look, they put a piece of um, chamber paper, micro chamber paper.
huh.
They don't. I don't know if they do that anymore.
Yeah, I don't know. How will
Well,
anyone know unless they open these things?
I think once it's full of acid and everything, like this is probably just full of acid. Once it's soaked up all the acid it can take, then it starts giving it back out.
Oh, yeah, I would trash that
So yeah, this goes in the garbage.
or use it as stationery. Well, they have a story about live and let die because it had to do with voodoo. The first Roger Moore Bond movie. Missing Mars says that mag looking pretty choice, Kevin. That's a bolt of horror there. So how long have you had this book?
Uh, Probably 5 years at least.
Yeah, and it's just no one's interested because it's slabbed, huh?
No, I don't even think I've ever tried to sell this book.
Oh, okay. That live stream I did the other night that went all night, that had a whole bunch of stuff about Pacific Ocean Park. It was they I guess they finally went through it and found all this copywritten music that people had used, and so it's not viewable anywhere anymore. So that's now a lost episode. But if you guys want to watch, I mean, the playlist is in my playlist. You could just go to my playlist and see all the videos. All I did was press play on a playlist. I don't remember what I called the playlist. I don't think it, but anyway. Friar Tuck, how much you want for that book now? I don't know. You might be keeping it if you're in collection, but if, it's up to you.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna read it. Oh, look at they put two pages in there.
Oh, Meyer says, remember the pier. Yeah, remember that whole live stream because it's gone. Yeah, I should have known when they started. I mean, it's weird. These people put these videos up. Every video I had in the stream was from YouTube. So how did they? Why are they able to put it up, but I'm not? It's one of those things. Well, the Comics Code, written in the mid '50s, prohibited the living dead in comic books. So as soon as that the Comics Code was weakened in the early '70s, and really because of the drug story in Spider-Man. And then they started loosening up on Living Dead and that kind of stuff, vampires and that kind of stuff appearing and in comics. Then that's when Marvel and DC just started flooding the market with horror titles. And the black and white magazine's not subject to the comics code, so they just said Tales of the Zombie. They were flat out, this is a living dead character, but in the comics, they were still scared. So they would have Morbius, the living vampire, and say, well, he's not really a vampire. He's really alive. He's not undead. Because they didn't want the undead. And and then the mummy character, they called him the living mummy in Marvel. And then the big giant, the giant Colossus was it, the living Colossus. They had to always put living into the title to make sure the comics code people wouldn't zap them. I got to come up with a better background. Let me see here. I don't know.
That case didn't even crack when I opened it.
Oh no. You could put a different magazine in it. No, I wouldn't suggest that you do such a criminal thing.
I'll keep the tag and then I'll put the tag in the behind the board.
Yeah. Well,
I'm
as
not gonna
fun as
send it. I'm not
it
gonna
sure
send it
was.
in.
Yeah, it sure was fun as an elementary school kid finding those Marvel horror magazines. They had pretty good distribution. In San Antonio, the stores that I went, which were not many, those magazines were all over the place in the 7-Elevens, the stop and goes. But Famous Monsters and the Warren magazines, I only saw them a couple of times while I was living in San Antonio at the sleazy ice house called One Star Drive In. Um, I thought maybe the Warren magazines just weren't distributed to San Antonio until I went to a dentist one time in the downtown San Antonio, and I was all groggy from being put under sleeping gas, and my parents took me to a downtown bookstore, and there was Famous Monsters with Sinbad fighting a skeleton on the cover, so I picked that up, and that's a great memory. They look like how I feel right now. Anyway, the link is in the chat if anyone wants to come in. Let's see what people are saying. Playtex the living gloves, says Meyer. Yeah.
Get ready to hang these up.
Is it possible to get more of those?
Yeah, they're expensive though.
Really?
The shipping. I think they're made in East Coast somewhere,
Oh,
Philadelphia or somewhere.
okay. You can't get them from Timu or whatever you call that, Tibu or whatever it's called from China for 49
Maybe,
cents.
maybe I've never been on that website.
It's, well, my wife's ordered from it a few times, and you can get like a giant amount of stuff for like $20. They're basically trying to run uh, uh, the dollar stores out of business here.
Yeah, they closed my dollar store, but I found a new one. You just have to drive a little bit.
I never could find anything in the dollar store near me except when they wound up with a whole bunch of unsold weirdos model kits a couple of years back in Texas. So I've been watching Myers videos. He's been packing up all his model kits and action figures into bread boxes, and he's he's genuinely going to move this time. But, yeah, that's a Disney Pirates of the Caribbean model kit that is being released without the Disney name.
I think I might have them build one of these next.
Okay, yeah, I'm pretty sure those are the Disney ones, right?
Yeah, he said these are really easy to build for him. You
Yeah,
can build them.
they're very small and they have rubber bands that make the movement. Um,
Maybe I'll do this one and hang it from the ceiling.
oh yeah, that would be cool. Meyer, missing Mars says, Meyer, are we still going to get your outdoor walk type vids when you move? Yeah, I would think so because it's a very scenic place where he's moving. It may not be walks on the beach, but uh,
Yeah, I don't really have anything new.
oh, someone's trying to come in. Who is this? Oh, Dr. Fives.
Hello,
How
everyone.
long? Hey, how
Hey,
long
how
have
you
you been
doing?
waiting?
Not long at all.
Okay, cool. Um,
Did you see the magazine I just cracked open?
I did.
I checked your list. That wasn't. I don't think that was one of them.
Yeah, the one I have is number 8 that I have on my list.
you
Uh
have
huh.
the whole set except for that one, or just something about that issue you want?
Yeah, it was an issue that I had as a child,
Oh,
and I'm upgrading it. The issue that I have has some torn pages and is missing the front cover.
oh, I see.
Where
Yeah,
does it
that's
even
pretty
say the
important.
issue number?
It should be inside.
It
Yeah,
should.
because this one was weird because it says that
Uh,
the the indicia says volume 2 number 1, but it's number 4.
Yeah, they're trying to be fancy.
Yeah, that is strange.
Yeah, it's number 4. It doesn't say number 4 on the cover.
I couldn't see it.
Um, Usually they do. It maybe that's an issue where they didn't. Yeah, man. Yeah, that was a good time. That's probably the end of second grade.
This corner box is really cool looking.
Yeah,
This
they
would
all
be
are.
third grade, I believe,
Third
Gratu,
grade.
because it's 74.
March. Yeah, March 74. Okay. Uh,
It came out in
yes,
Because,
third
January.
grade. Yeah,
yeah,
third grade.
one of the reasons I also know that is because here's a little story. So when I was in third grade, there was a girl that sat in front of me, and we became friends. And she used to love the fact that I would draw, so I would draw her these little drawings, and she loved the Peanuts characters. So I would draw Charlie Brown and Snoopy and so forth all the time for her. And we became friends, and then we would walk to school together because she lived near where I lived. And we would go out back and play all the time with the other kids. One day, I missed school because I was sick, and my best friend who lived around the block from me, he came over and he said, "Did you hear about what happened to Peggy?" And I said, "No." And he said, "Well, she fell and the ambulance came and took her away, and I don't know what happened." And so I said, "Really?" So the next day I go to school. Come to find out, uh, they were in the back playing. They were climbing the fence. She got the fence caught on her pant leg, fell, hit her head on a piece of metal that was where a basketball hoop was. And this was part of the base of the basketball hoop into the cement to keep it mounted into the cement. She ended up dying the next day.
Oh,
And so it was just kind of crazy because back then, this was before schools had all of the whole, school counselors and all that kind of stuff. I mean, they literally, this was in early June of 1974. And the reason we went a little beyond that year is because we had a teacher's strike. So our year went a little longer into the summer. So anyway, they came in the school I remember this vividly because I was there. We had the principal come in, and he basically told us that she had died, and that was it. And I remember some of the girls in the classroom crying, and we just carried on, and it was strange. So anyway, her family ended up suing the school. Uh, the teacher, who was a really nice guy, Mr. Charney, he ended up quitting. And I don't know if it was a situation where the school basically told him that he had to. I don't know the circumstances. I do know that under the circumstances, he would come out and he would read a book, and we would all go and play. And of course, I'm sure they tried to basically say it was neglect on his part, that he wasn't
oh.
watching the kids closely. But that's
Okay,
just
so it
how it
happened
was.
on the school grounds.
And it happened on the school
Oh, I
grounds.
see.
But anyway, he no longer was a teacher. He ended up leaving and going and working in the factory at Chevrolet. And yeah, and the family moved away. They got, I think, a very large settlement, and they moved away. And that was the last I ever heard of it. But, this is, of course, before the internet, so there wasn't really much to find out other than just through the grapevine.
Yeah. Right about the same time in fourth grade, I was coming out of the garage on my bike, and I saw all these people going down the street, just crowds of people heading one direction. So I followed the crowd and went down. There was kind of this big ditch, like I guess a drainage ditch, and I saw some guys carrying a stretcher up and to an ambulance, and I could see it was the body was the person was completely charred black, and it turned out to be one of my friends, and he was flying a kite with a wire instead of a string, and it hit the high tension wires, and I didn't know, but my father was one of the guys carrying the stretcher up because he had heard this explosion. I, of course, didn't hear it. I don't know why. That's why all the people were going down the street to see what the big noise was. And my father was in the army and is as in hospitals and stuff, and it's weird. That was a weird thing. Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't remember a big them really counselors talking to us about it either about that. But yeah, his name was Ron. Let's see what people are talking about in the chat here. Oh, that's Meyer Greenblatt. No, at the stage.
Hello.
Hi, Meyer.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, Meyer. How's it going, my friend?
Real good, real good. I'm kind of I have a little bit of a sinus thing going, and I was telling Ratu last night because I'm doing so much packing, I'm moving dust all over the place. Even inside, even the stuff that I'm pulling out of the closets that's been locked in a closet still has dust on it. So I've been inhaling dust for about 3 days now, and it's finally catching up to me where I'm congested.
Yeah.
But nothing to complain about. Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm just been busy, just working around the house.
Yeah, I've been enjoying your videos of all the stuff you're packing. It's pretty cool.
Thanks, man. Yeah, I've just been taking time to like shoot a video a day. And I'm packing more boxes than I'm filming, but it's kind of fun just to film it a little bit, as I go. But I've got a lot of stuff done today. I got a lot of packing done today.
Yeah, man, I've been real beat since Monday, and yeah, I just exhausted, and um, Cleo ordered some kind of shampoo carpet massager from Hoover or something that maybe will clean the carpet because I think she's having a lot of trouble with all the dust in the house herself.
I found that these air cleaners work pretty well. We
Yeah.
we had a lot of dust as well. We have carpet in certain rooms, and especially our bedroom. And I have an air cleaner in the living room, and I have an air cleaner now in the bedroom. And we, got pretty decent ones. Nothing real expensive, but it's made a difference. It's made a big difference for me with my allergies and waking up in the morning and not having, the congestion that I used to have. But I mean, it's something to think about, even if you just put it in your bedroom alone, just getting an air cleaner. We got ours at Costco, and
Yeah.
you change the filter a couple times a year is all.
Yeah, I used to have a couple of those. I guess they didn't make the trip here, or something. There were a lot of things that we couldn't bring, but and maybe they weren't still working, but they were tall black things that kind of oscillated a little bit, and I don't know. I never changed the filter. That may have been the problem. Um,
Yeah, I've noticed an actual difference. So I would say that they work if, as long as the filter's being changed.
yeah, yeah, that's something we need to look into. The The copper roof on the house, according to USAA, is a metal roof painted copper. Which I was wondering why the previous owners would put a copper roof on the house when everything else was fixed in a half-assed way. Why would they just spend all this money on the roof? And but they didn't apparently. So, but we've got um, the contractors coming out tomorrow to talk to us. So all that the siding and the roof is supposed to be replaced and all that. Um,
Are they going to replace it with another metal roof?
uh, that's what they're supposed to do, but
Good. Those
um,
last forever.
well, yeah, this one didn't because they said nothing would really withstand hail like that.
Well,
They
that's true. Yeah, but at least with insurance, you're getting it replaced. But as far as the normal, usage of a roof, you get the kind that everybody else has. You've got choices of a 20-year roof, 40-year roof, and so on. And of course, the longer, the more expensive. But the most expensive is metal roof, by
Okay.
far. That's the best.
Yeah, I'd like it to look exactly like what's there now. Um, so
Now, of course, tile even is more so, but that's like crazy price, and you get that more on California and places like that.
mm.
So how are
What
things been
else?
going otherwise? Okay.
Um, Pretty much. Yeah, I guess so. We're getting things kind of taken care of, but um, yeah, I'm nothing too interesting to report. Um, I wish I could be all happy and cheery and but I'm. Uh, Hey, Drew, come here. Come on up, Drew.
Well, it sounds like you might have a bug of some sort.
Oh, I don't know what it is. It just sort of more just being tired.
I've
Just
had
very
that for a
tired.
week. I've had that for a whole week. Just tired.
Really?
Yeah, I don't feel
Yeah,
sick.
yeah.
Yeah, they do slate roofs as well as the tile and the hard, tile, and that's very expensive. The college I work at actually has a manor, a big mansion, and
Mm.
what it was is the owner of this mansion back in the 1930s. He was an oil tycoon, and that's all slate roof, and it's an amazing mansion. It's got a hidden room in the basement, so during the Prohibition, behind a bookcase, you go downstairs and you could drink and smoke. And
Ah,
anyway, he donated the property to the Lutheran Church, which ended up turning it into a college. So that's where I work, is this Concordia University.
that's very similar where I used to live in Arlington, Texas. There was a casino called Top of the Hill, and there was a little guard house there. It was made out of stone where you'd have to be waved in, and there was a casino, and there was secret tunnels that they're still there that go underground and let you out on the side of the hill so you can escape when raids happen. And it was that casino was a thorn in the side of this local Baptist preacher. He declared he was going to take over that property, and he eventually did. And it's now like a I guess it's I don't know if it's a school or what. It's a Christian. It probably is a school, small school, but you can visit it. They'll give you tours of it, and but it was. I actually went there, and if I could find, it's on one of my videos from years ago on this channel. If I could find that, I'll I'll send you the link. You can. I walked around and found the tunnel that came out on the side and everything. It's pretty wild. And a lot of movie stars were there. Clark Gable, and it just they came out to nowhere. There was also horse racing there in Arlington. Um, there was horse racing, and there was that casino. It was between Dallas and Fort Worth, and then there was some other big place that had big bands that I think my friend's family ran back, in the 30s, and all that's gone now. Now Arlington is, Six Flags Over Texas and the Dallas Cowboys and all that. But that's where I was at for many years.
Do you miss it?
Um, Not really. Um, I was kind of glad to get out of there. There's some things I miss, like there were some great restaurants we loved, and there were some friends that I would like to see again. But I don't. They're starting to get rough, crime wise, and
Hmm.
um, we would. There was an there was the neighborhood was built, and then they built an apartment complex right behind the houses in the mid '60s, and so the backyard had a fence, and then there was an apartment complex, which was never a problem growing up. It was a bunch of retired people there, but then eventually it changed the type of people that were living there. And my wife would walk up to the convenience store, and someone would be trying to sell her meth, or or we'd hear horrible fighting from the parking lot behind the fence. Someone getting slapped around, or we'll see, you know bodies being taken down from upstairs covered in sheets. It's like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, time to go.
Uh, yeah, and or a guy walking down the street. If you remember the movie Taxi Driver, where the guy's walking down the street, I'll kill him. He's just yelling at nothing. He just there's a guy
Yeah,
walking down the street like every day, exactly like that guy that walks past Travis Bickle's taxi. Yeah, it was time to go for sure.
yeah,
Uh,
yeah. Because it's not going to get any better. It's only going to probably go
no,
downhill more. So definitely go when you can still get money for your house.
someone else is coming in. It's Night Tiger. Add to
Hey,
stage.
Night Tiger.
What's up,
Hey,
guys?
what's
Hey, how's
up?
it going, buddy?
All right.
We've already had a slab smashed, but it was a magazine. Do you have any slabs to smash for us tonight?
I do, but I don't want to slash any tonight. I got a back injury,
Oh
and not
no, what
from.
happened?
I went to train a new guy and went to pick up a third tire to throw on a fork, and I was done.
That
I just
sucks.
got up wrong.
Oh boy. What you got there?
Oh, that's
Oh,
beautiful.
look at that. Is that
I
British?
No, it's a one shot by
It
standard.
looks it looks like it's bigger or matte finished. I don't know.
I actually
Something about it
I
looks
spilled coffee on it right before I got on by accident. I didn't see it. I walked out of the room, came back, and from a different angle with the light, I saw 3 drops. I'm like, no, this is a
Did you
high
get
Uh,
it
danger.
off?
See, I got 2 of them off, but I put a little. It was a little bit of a stain.
so it looks like, is the enemy Korean? Is that the Korean War?
Yeah, 50s.
Okay.
You can just
They
pretend they're
did.
blood stains.
They did this one shot, and then Atlas picked up the title name, and they did. I don't know how many, like 15 or something.
That's a good name for a comic.
I like it's got the bullet holes.
Yeah, the bullet holes all through the
Yeah,
name.
that's great.
It's the only issue that has that. The guy wouldn't budge off $50. Of course, this was about 4 years ago.
Well, that seems
Before
like a good price for something that's seven
for
That's a,
high
years old.
grade, yeah, you ain't
that's a
going. I
great comic.
looked, you won't find it for $50 today, dude. I read this comic after I got off the show with you. Was it last week?
Yeah, yeah.
And it was so good. Lee Falk, he is such a good writer,
Mandrake.
and it tells his origin on the inside cover. How he was when he was 22, he walked into a publisher with the Mandrake that he wrote, drawn by his friend, and it was like a hit. As soon as I picked it up, it just became a big success. And then he created the Phantom, and he had like double success with it.
Yeah, is
And he
that
was only 22.
newspaper?
He became a millionaire.
Yeah, but is that newspaper reprints and
Yeah,
that? Oh, that's good. That's good because that'll. I kind of
I
prefer that.
started reading this one. I haven't finished
That's
it.
one that Captain Strangeliffe was talking about a few months ago. He was really into Blackstone for a while, if I'm not mistaken. I think he devoted a whole episode to Blackstone comics.
Look at that splash page.
Yeah.
So hopefully I won't get coffee on that one.
Oh man.
But that's the
Don't
price
bring
I pay.
coffee in a comic book room, man.
That's the price I pay.
Buzzy.
Captain Strangelove or somebody. I think he posted this today or something.
Did he?
Somebody did. Collecto 6 or Kissing Booth.
Is
But
is Collecto 6 Stepo 6?
I don't know.
Is he
I
the
just
guy that's on the Comic Collector Geeks live streams?
I believe so.
Okay. That guy's must be very wealthy. He's buying issues like Batman #1 and stuff.
This is high grade. Right.
I figure
I
he runs
paid
Spectre or something. Love Problems and Advice. Oh boy.
number 3, early issue. With the title was changed. I mean, the title they changed the trade dress. It didn't look as cool.
The logo.
I mean, I have this. The face number 1.
Show us his face. Give us a close up of his face. Is it scary looking? What's wrong with his face?
Just ask that. What is the face's face? It kind of looks
It's
like
like
the
a
vision.
it's like a
He's
rubber
creepy
mask.
looking.
Yeah.
He's a treasury agent or something, but it's like a rubber mask, and he fights.
Wow.
Is he fighting Germans?
Fights the lawbreakers and spies and stuff. I maybe. This is
I've never
published
heard of that
by
comic.
Columbia Comics.
Columbia.
Skyman. They do Skyman.
Okay. Never heard of that.
Yeah, there's Face 1 and 2. Then the issue 3 and 4 is his Secret Identity. That's the name of the book. Troy Trent.
Uh-huh.
I have issue 3. Issue 3 is Troy Trent, but it has a Face story in it. And then issue 4, Troy Trent has no more Face. No
Lost
face.
He lost face. Oh, look at that.
I just bought a Popeye comic. Has Sweet Pea on a rocking chair holding a big thing that says Victory War Bonds. $25 from 1943. The guy had 39. I just sent him a message. I said, "Hey, will you take 25?" And next thing I know, I was getting an offer.
Wow.
I like how big the 10 cents is on Master Comics. How big the price is. Yeah.
64 pages for 10 cents? Unheard of. I like someone posted that picture, a big plate of Taco Bell with like 4 tacos, 2 burritos, some fries. This was all $4.95 in 1995.
Yeah.
Mr. Scarlet and Pinky. Never heard of him.
Yeah. They
They
need better
basically-
names. They look cool,
He-
but they need better names, like real bad.
He's a lawyer. They don't have no powers. They just beat people up. They change to their costumes and just start kicking butt. What's up, Stanley? Where's
Hey.
Gotham City at?
How you doing?
Good.
Hello.
Stanley J. Kirby. He lives near me, and I've never met you. I've talked with you.
I'm
before.
good. I'm good.
Wow. So you live maybe a couple hours from me? Is that correct?
Probably about 2.5, 3 hours away.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yep.
Well, yeah, you sent me some great stuff. I had no idea that Mr. Monster was an actual Golden Age character from Canada. That you sent me some cool stuff, and you have about these underground comics, rock and roll comics that I've never heard of. How did you discover all that?
I'm getting kind of an echo. I can't follow here.
Is that what? Do you have YouTube open on another window?
I don't think so.
I'm not hearing the echo here, but I know how annoying that is. Do you have anything else open on your computer? Any other?
Let me see.
tab?
Let me see here.
Yeah. Yeah, he
It's not
lives like
anymore.
real near me. I've been I never even knew what he looked like, but he's been sending me stuff and when I first moved here, he was talking about coming hanging out here and it just never, he was always busy or something and it just kind of got forgotten. Um, I like to meet people around here um, because I really, of course, 3 hours is not real close.
For Iowa, it is.
Uh,
2.5 hours isn't bad. That's not too bad of a drive.
no, not really. But I never go anywhere, man. I gassed up on March 1st, and only now I'm getting down almost to empty. That's almost 3 months because I barely go anywhere. And there are no stoplights here. It's just, I mean, I really could walk everywhere. Oh, he must be coming back. All right, you're back.
Yeah.
How's your sound? Is it still echoing?
Yeah.
Oh, rats.
So far, so good, I guess.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think it's okay now.
I don't hear it.
Okay. Well, we're not hearing it. How long have you been collecting? What do you collect?
Okay, it's starting to come back. So I'm not
Oh,
sure why.
uh, the only thing I'm hearing is some ambient talking at Kevin's store.
Yeah, that's all I hear.
Um, I don't know how to solve this. Usually it's because there's another tab with YouTube open.
Well, I have
Um,
YouTube open, but when I shut it down, it
yeah, you don't need YouTube open. You just need the StreamYard page.
okay.
And and you won't hear your voice coming from it because unless you have headphones on, you'll just talk and then you'll hear everyone else talking coming from your phone. But yeah, what you're hearing is YouTube delayed from the other window.
So when I shut down YouTube, it knocked me off.
Well,
Copy the link, and then when you get off, just paste it in the URL and go right to StreamYard.
Okay.
oh,
try
that's
that.
a good idea. Yeah,
I will
that
try
sounds
that.
good. All right, cool.
I'm a problem solver. That's what I do.
All right, I'll
Yeah.
give that a shot.
All right, cool. Let me invite more people on. How's my camera looking?
Looks great.
You look better
Yeah.
than ever, brother.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, well, this is a many generations forward from this
Yeah,
old
it's
phone.
a
Is a
nice
very
upgrade.
This is I don't know, what does that say? I don't know. It barely has any memory on it.
It says iPhone.
I know it says iPhone, but I think it has a number. It's I don't know. Anyway, so let's see.
What you got there, Night Tiger? Oh, nice.
Wow.
A monk with a shotgun or something. He's got a horn sticking out of his head. The mummy gun ray. Sweet.
That looks great.
The mummy gun ray. You can't make that stuff up. Only they can. Macra boy. It presents well. Look at that stamp.
Yeah.
You never went ice skating like that with your buddies all in a line? You never did?
No, I didn't actually.
Oh, Gratu?
No, I've never skated, period.
What? I grew up in Wisconsin. You had to skate.
Yeah, I grew up in Michigan. We used to ice skate, but we didn't do that.
Oh, you didn't?
No, we didn't have enough buddies to do it.
Does he look like he's a little out of shape there? Like he's put on some weight, or is it just the way you're?
He's
It looks
a little. Hey, he had
He's a little chunky.
Yeah, he was eating good at that time.
Remember back then, if you were a little chunky, it was healthy, like the Campbell Soup kids.
He's a little chunky.
He's a funky monkey.
Who's this, Mary Marvel?
Yeah. Not one of the best renditions of her face.
Look at this little guy. Oh, that's a girl. That's a little girl. Yeah, he's chunkster right there too.
I guess they drew him that way for a while.
Yeah. That Nazi's not very thin either.
They were all healthy back then.
Yeah.
Infinity cover.
Oh yeah, what are the other comics that are shown there? Are they all
Fawcett's, the whole run.
Oh, okay, that's pretty cool.
But look, they're out of Captain Marvel Jr. It says out today. He got the last one.
Yeah, I
Mac your boy. Mac your boy.
Oh, that's a great cover. I love that one.
He's kind of like got a satisfactional grin on his face.
Oh yeah.
That's got to be a pretty high dollar book. Did you get that one?
Gotta
Shane?
be.
I got it free.
That's amazing.
In an
Really?
AOK. Yeah.
Really? Oh, that's nice.
From
That's an
BWD.
incredible cover.
I know. I couldn't believe he sent it to me. I was like, what?
Who's BWD? Do I know that?
Big
name?
White Dog, Jesse Lynch.
Not sure if I know that.
He's in a lot of he has a YouTube, but he doesn't do videos.
Oh,
I don't
okay.
know.
I found
Captain Marvel with a machine gun.
Yeah.
It's hard for him to breathe in that position because he's so chunky.
Look at all that smoke coming out of that barrel. And then you got all the superheroes on film.
He's killing them with comics. See, he's shooting comics out of the gun.
This is 100 pages.
Look at that.
that number one next week. Okay,
Okay, now you got your bondage.
another one where
Oh yeah.
about
That's a cool cover also.
Boy, how they got her tied down on the ground and they stood that stake up. How they gonna?
come out.
He's taking him out though. Is that a crater? It's a crater right there.
I didn't really get the
Oh, this one ain't that cool.
Show it anyway.
It's number 9. It's not really that dynamic of a cover.
Oh, I think it looks cool.
I like it.
Nice stamp up there.
Yeah.
But
I like
this
it.
one, you got the Japs, the Nazis. And you just rolling them up, man. There he is. He's looking chunky again.
I can't sleep.
Yeah, he's a hefty boy. You don't want to mess with him.
He's got a thick neck.
He's like a big time wrestler.
It has the sound now.
I don't know. Let's see. I'm not in YouTube, so I think maybe we're okay.
Okay, all right, that fixed it. Okay. So what? Let's see, Mars is commenting on Captain Marvel. So so you're a music fan as well?
Yeah. Yeah, I have a pretty good record collection, probably as big as my comic book collection, I guess. I don't have that. I mean, nothing at anybody else's level, but a few things.
We don't compete. We just show what we love.
That's it.
So how many comics do you have? Or do you think?
I couldn't even guess. I've probably got, I don't know, maybe 20 plus short boxes full. I used to have more, but I sold some. And then I had stupidly, I stored a bunch up in an attic at a house I had, and they got damaged. So, that cut it back a little bit. So I've been trying to get back some of that stuff.
With 20 long boxes, that means you got a lot of records.
I've got a fair amount of records, yeah. I've sold a bunch of those too.
What
So what?
genres do you like of music?
Kind of the, garage, punk, surf, that kind
Right.
of thing.
Yeah.
I
Do
just
you
bought a
regret?
couple of Mummies albums the other day.
Oh,
So
the Mummies are cool.
yeah,
They're fantastic. Yeah. They're still together, aren't they?
Yes.
they got
They-
back together. I hear they're making a movie, but it's been a couple of years, and I'd love to see something like that. But
Yeah, there was a trailer, but I almost was wondering if that was a joke or whether there's really going to be a movie or.
yeah, they've been trying to raise money and stuff for it for years. So I hope it comes out. But
They were touring last year. I have a friend that went and saw them.
yeah, they've been doing a few tours here and there. So hope is still alive.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
have
they
no
are.
clue what you guys are talking about.
It's a band called the Mummies, and they dress up like mummies and play music circa 1966 garage rock.
Mm.
Budget
And
rock.
you just have to look up the Mummies, and unfortunately, there's some other band called Here Come the Mummies that's really crummy. So don't. But you'll know when you see the real Mummies.
Yeah, they've
They're
got some YouTube videos.
yeah. It's like I don't know how to describe how great it is, but it's trust
Primitive
me.
rock and roll,
Yeah, it's it's like a question mark in the Mysterians kind of stuff. What and so the comics that you sent me that were who was behind those comics? Do you know
I think
the
it's
people?
yeah. Guy's named Epstein. I can't think of what his first name is. Maybe Ken. He's out of Ohio.
Ohio. Okay.
He writes the stuff, and then he's got like several artists that will do it. Darren Marinick, Michael Nino, guys like that. So like the first issue, I have a couple out here.
Okay.
I don't know how to.
There we go.
It's a great gate.
So the label is called Nix.
Yeah, Nick's Comics. You're not going to be able to see these too good. I can't get a good. But yeah, and he does westerns too. He's got a line of western comics.
What's up, Jamie?
Hey, Jumbo just showed up. Do you have any other stuff to show?
Not really. The thing that I got better than Nick's Comics is this stuff called Rockin' Bones.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That looks.
That's
That's
cool.
Darren
Yeah,
Marinick.
Yeah,
Is that
Darren,
80s?
Yeah,
Really good.
or 90s maybe, but fantastic art. Which
Yeah,
I'm
great
covering
covers.
up. But it's
Is that
everything. Rock
is
and
that
roll,
newsprint?
movie, monsters.
Is that newsprint pages?
Yes.
Okay, that
Black
makes
and
it even
white.
cooler. Yeah. Okay, I haven't seen those before.
New England Comics, which used to publish Tick,
Right.
with like 3 issues and then a Christmas special out. Well worth it. Well worth it. If you're into rock and roll, B movies, monster movies, it's great. Great stuff.
Yeah, sounds great. Let's
The trifecta.
Jumbo, what's up with you?
Hey guys, what's happening?
Not much.
Bring out the big bangers.
Deal. Oh, I just got this in the mail today.
Oh wow, that's real.
What'd you pay for that?
Yeah, it was not much at all. I think it was like $5 because you can see it's kind of ratted on the
Right.
side there, but still $5.
Put
You
it-
know,
Put it in Mylar, dance it around the room in low light.
nobody ever know, right? Make it look pretty. I was in the process of doing that. What's everybody been into?
Try not to buy comics.
Really?
There you go. Nice.
Look at that. A
Eh.
lot of few books over here. Yeah,
Did you see that action that I sent Jerry the listing for that he got?
I seen the one. Yeah, he picked up and stuff the other day. That was pretty cool. I liked
No,
it.
I sent him the listing, and he made an offer, and he calls me, Mike, I'm in court, but I got the book.
What issue is that
Classic.
one, Jimbo?
This one is number 66.
Nice.
Gil Kane
Classic battle
cover.
cover.
Yeah.
Meet.
When he had the little pointy nose, right? When Iron Man had that little nose for a
Right.
while.
You got this one, didn't you, Gratu?
I don't have it yet, but it's in my pile at Gotham City. But that's the one I wanted. That particular cover. There were some other ones that were good. Is the inside any good? What's it look like inside?
You know, I don't know. Let's see. I haven't
Dynamite
opened it up yet.
Dynamite has a tendency to really fool you with a great cover, and then
I was going to say, you're better off not looking
Most
inside.
of the time, yeah, it's like a disappointment. So, well, it looks kind of realistic. I guess not what you would expect from a Space Ghost kind of thing.
I think they're making the same mistake that DC did a few years ago, where they feel like they have to tell the origin of Space Ghost.
Yeah, I like the mystery myself.
Yeah.
Oh, look, he sent me some stickers.
Yeah,
You
I
throw
put them on
those
the
at your
front of
friend.
comic boxes. They look really great on the front of.
Yeah, I love those stickers.
Those are awesome, man.
I have
I didn't
shirts
even
coming
see those.
soon.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, I just got done paying for them. I just have to wait for them to get made.
Do you have them in giant fat sizes coming in?
I have them all the way up to 5X.
5X. How big is 5X?
Remember the little girl's name was Jan. What was the boy's name?
Jace.
Was it
I think it's
Jace?
Jan and Jace, I think.
Okay, I didn't remember.
Rhymes with space.
Gleep.
And the monkey was Gleep or Gleek or something like that.
I think it was Gleep.
Yeah, you get it mixed up with the Lost in Space monkey.
Yeah, the Lost in Space one.
Or the one from the Wonder Twins.
That Lost in Space monkey always looked like it had a water buffalo's hat on to me from the Flintstones.
He did.
Yeah.
Yeah, he had the big hat or something on. I don't know.
Yeah, it doesn't look that
Anyways.
interesting inside. So
Yeah,
they
I mean,
fooled
there he
you.
is finally, right there,
Oh,
about
really?
halfway through the book.
Okay.
So, yeah, I don't know. I haven't read it yet, so I can't really say one way or the other whether it's good or not. But I mean, I was expecting more like the cartoon Saturday morning thing, but
They never give you what you want, you know.
Yeah. I mean, the art's not terrible, but it's just not what I was expecting.
It doesn't tie with the character, you know.
Right. I mean, so there he is, right?
Oh, that's ridiculous. There.
That's like a Rob
kinda making
Liefeld
him
right
look
there.
like a Batman or a Moon Knight kind of thing there or something, you know.
Doesn't that look like
I don't know.
Liefeld art? Look how small
It
the
does
hands
look
are.
like Liefeld. That's what I was getting ready to say. He's kind of big and beefy there, like he's hitting
Look
the
how small
juice.
his fist is.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that looks like a high schooler drew
At
it.
least if they would have had Liefeld do it, it would have had some value.
Right. Yeah, I think I was talking to Kevin, and Kevin said he had talked to him, and Liefeld was actually a really cool guy. So
Yeah,
I
that's
kind
what
of
I
feel
heard.
bad dissing his art and stuff. Now he's kind of like
He was-
us, and actually a pretty cool guy. So
I was
I've heard
talking to
that.
Simon. I'll say, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was talking with Simon Comics a while back, and he said, I'm commissioned Liefeld to do a variant cover for my comic. I'm like, why? He got offended. When he's like, he's a friend of mine. He's really cool.
yeah, he might be cool. I don't know.
I've heard he is a really nice guy.
Well, dude, we got to like your art just because you're cool.
Yeah.
Well, not necessarily.
Not really, but I mean, you know, just if you can't say something
That's
nice,
killer,
don't
dude,
say
right
nothing at
there.
all, right?
Is that Barry Windsor?
Yes.
What issue is that
Number
one? 22.
22.
All these double-digit issues.
Yeah, I think his last issue was 24. And then I think Buscema started in, and I think Gil Kane was doing a lot of the covers in the early part there.
That's
these
one of the greatest comics ever, not Brand X.
Yeah. The bad guys win.
Are these PC books or are these ones you're going to sell?
It's just stuff I picked up. Yeah, I guess I'm going to hang on to them. I mean,
Oh, you don't decide yet? You haven't made that decision?
no, I mean, I didn't buy them to sell.
There you
or anything.
go. I just say okay that.
It doesn't have the poster.
Okay. That's the first question I'm going to ask.
I don't even know what that book is. I don't even know what that book is. And every time I see it, I'm like, does it have the poster?
Yeah.
Well, it has a bunch of apes protesting like hippies in the 60s.
No, I
this
found
is the
one.
only apes that Gold Key did, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
But I found one in the dollar bin. A-okayed it for someone, and as I had it set aside, all I ever saw was that book. Doesn't have the poster. No.
Have the poster.
You'll. That's cool. That's Severin. Wally Wood.
Yeah, on the Dr. Doom down there. I think that's Marie Severin doing the Kazar.
That's a killer cover. No, that's cool. Look at the way he's hitting them.
Yeah.
I like when they do it in these thoughtful ways and not like the formulaic. They do like something special.
I'm just grabbing stuff out of a box here, guys. I didn't.
Nice.
No, that's fine.
Really think
I need that. Throw it in my pile.
Throw it in your pile. Let's see. I bought this again the other day and didn't realize I already had it. So
that's a great story. I read that recently too.
Yeah. I like the cover too.
Yeah.
So, if the price is right and you're not sure, it's best to go ahead and pick it up, I guess, right?
Exactly right. What'd you pay for it?
It was like $10.
Oh yeah, you got to pick it up.
That's good.
I mean, it's just in pretty nice shape. It had like one little ding right there on the corner, but other than that, I mean, it's pretty clean and nice, and the pages inside were nice.
You can flip it for 20 easy.
Yeah. Yeah, we could do that. First, Howard the Duck.
Yep. I need
what number is that one?
Number 19. Venture into Fear.
And then it was Man Thing number 1 after that.
And the first Kill Raven. Number 18, Amazing Adventures.
Love those boots.
Yeah. Go boots, baby.
They're like, man, you got to wear these. And they're like, oh, come on.
We'll kill some aliens and then go out dancing afterwards, right?
Dress up to go wrestling and dancing at the same time.
That's that same outfit that Borat wore, right? Isn't that same?
I think so.
Breathing suit that Borat.
It reminds me of Zardoz.
Yeah, it does look like Zardoz. Right. It does look like Zardoz.
Schomburg cover.
Nice.
So all you people out there looking for Alex Schomburg can get this one for hardly anything.
It's probably the only Alex Schomburg that has a UPC code on it.
Right.
Aw.
Doesn't seem right, does it?
No.
It looks sexy.
Schomburg signature and a UPC code right next to it.
It's just two different kind of Nazi symbols. That's it. The evil capitalist.
I'll show one more and I'll let somebody else show signature.
Woo!
Honey West.
Number 1.
Right.
So I was always bothered by that birthmark on her face, like on her mouth, kind of. It turned me off. I don't know what it was. It just bugged me. I'll be honest with you. I didn't like it.
Bite it off.
I loved her ever since I seen her in Forbidden Planet.
Yeah, she was great in that.
And the Twilight Zone episode where she was a mannequin.
Yeah, that's another excellent episode.
Yeah, I mean, it's distinctive. I don't know that it ever was
I
entirely
don't think that was a
repulsive.
turnoff for me. I was okay with it.
Let's
I was a
see.
perfectionist. I was a Elizabeth Montgomery kid, so I was like a perfectionist.
Oh yeah, she was
Yeah.
a cutie too.
Have you seen the Bill Mummy interview online on YouTube where he talks about he got to kiss her because he was one of the first second Darren. He had to be
No,
Darren. He had to be Darren as a kid, so he got to kiss her on the lips. He said it was the
Ah,
best day of his life.
I bet.
Well,
that's pretty cool. Thank you, Kevin.
I actually just watched an episode today of Bewitched with Bill Mummy in it, and it was in the first season. Might have been the first Bill Mummy episode. It was the one where he was like a foster kid that didn't believe in Santa Claus. So
Oh yeah,
Sam took him to the North Pole and changed
what a
his
great
mind.
show!
Yeah.
well, you know, he
That-
was a major comic book collector, or is a major comic book collector.
Yes, he
Yeah.
still is.
Yeah.
He does
Yeah.
interviews on YouTube.
Yeah.
He's done some of his. Yeah, he's also produced some comics. Him and his buddy.
Yeah, but
Yeah, Boston
you
Space
see,
Comic.
he was at the right time in the right place as a kid, right in the mid 60s, that had a lot of money. And he was in Los Angeles, and he would go to a store called Cherokee Books. He even wrote a song called Cherokee Books about this bookstore in downtown Los Angeles, where he would buy all the Marvel books that were coming out at that time, and the Golden Age comics. And um, so, I mean, if unless you were that age, or a little older in the mid 60s, I don't see how you could ever have a Golden Age collection with the major books, like the early Superman and Batman. You'd have to be that age or incredibly wealthy, like Nicolas Cage or Danzig or whoever.
Well, there's several pictures too that you can see on the internet of Billy Mooney with a lot of his favorite comic book artists, and Jack Kirby, all those guys.
Yeah.
It's
Oh,
kind of
yeah.
interesting. Yeah, you just put his name in with comic books, you'll see a lot of photographs of him with these artists.
Yeah, and he'll post like some of his comics on Facebook too.
Yes, I met Billy Mooney at a convention several years ago, and he's the nicest guy, super nice guy.
I bet he would be pretty cool.
Someone answer that damn phone.
I just watched the Twilight Zone episode the other night where he was the little kid with the powers. Oh, that's nice, Mike.
That's a great one.
Oh yeah, look at all the
First superhero of the Silver Age right here. This is before Flash. They actually were afraid of losing the IP, so when they stopped publishing this book, DC quickly put out the Flash comic.
I see.
So that's number 4.
Because that book came out, that you think that caused the Silver Age to start?
Well, it's the first superhero in the Silver Age. It's before the Flash from 1955.
Okay, all right. Well, yeah.
That's what a lot of people believe, that, well, DC was afraid of losing the IP. This people come out with Captain Flash, and they were using the name.
Right.
They did 4 issues, and then 2 years later, DC published the Flash. I think it was 2 years later. Yeah, 57.
Wow.
By 11 months. So predates Flash by 11 months. It was 4 issues. Anyone ever see the episode of Seinfeld where Uncle Leo's like, hey, someone answer that damn phone?
No.
I'm sure I did, but I don't remember.
I like
Four
Seinfeld.
favorites. I soaked this cover, man. It looks nice. I got all the dirt off the girls. They were all dirty.
But that was vintage dirt from the 40s.
Yeah, but who knows what was mixed in there? Whose DNA it was.
Yeah. Do you ever get a sense of sadness looking at these comics?
No, why? I get joy, man. Joy.
Because they belong to little kids that cherish them, that are no longer on this planet.
They belong to this little kid. I'm the one keeping them alive.
Well, no, of course. What I'm just because they've obviously were kept
they're
in
happy.
nice shape by some kid and somehow they've been preserved 80
Look at that one,
years.
dude. Look at this
Yeah,
book.
it's just
Beautiful.
Chief
something
Wahoo.
about Golden
Yeah.
Age comics can kind of get to me. So if you really think
Yeah,
about it.
I see what you're saying, Ratu.
Yeah, but I don't feel that way.
Have
I
any
feel
of you guys
joy.
found any?
I feel
have you ever
positive
found-
energy.
Have you ever found any pressed flowers inside of a comic? Like a pressed flower, you know what I'm talking
Not
about?
in
Like,
comics.
I have it in
but
book.
In books, yeah.
how about a booger? I've like a pressed booger, like in the
But
that makes me sad. That makes me sad. That makes me sad is when I
I'm
find a
telling
pressed
you,
booger inside there.
when it gets suspicious, I just discard it. I don't even think about it.
Well, there are some books that have a grubby feeling, and you could just tell that they were owned by the type kids that you knew in second and third
Yeah,
grade
like
that
me.
would eat their own boogers,
Oh no.
and they
I
would
wonder
handle
what
their
Jerry
comics.
the Jitterbug says about getting boogers out of books.
There it was.
Girls love.
There
I wonder if
was a major.
CBP puts that on the label. Booger on page 4 does not affect the story.
It's a
There was
non-story page. Non-story page.
There was a really bad crash in Texas.
Hold on. I'm trying to
the-
get this one in high
Oh,
grade.
yeah?
It's almost impossible.
I don't know if a booger was on a tear, they could consider it a tear seal.
Or a booger seal. Why are we talking about boogers?
I don't know.
Oh no, I was going to talk about something worse.
We're
Yeah.
back to school.
You put a
It's school,
booger on
man.
it.
Ooh, I
There
almost
was
tore the back cover.
There was a truck filled with Golden Age comics on the way to a convention, and it got into a very bad car accident. And the books were invaluable. I mean, they were really valuable books, and they were having to clean blood and hair off of these comics. So if you ever get comics with weird stains, it could be blood.
This is the stain episode.
Yeah,
I have that one,
this
Mike.
show is getting very morbid.
You have it?
Yeah.
It's pretty cool, ain't it? It looks cool as heck.
What is it called? New television comic book?
The Chuck Wagon. Chuck
Chuck
Connors
Wagon,
wagon.
I
It's
know
the
was
Chuck-
the dog food.
It's the Chuck Connors wagon.
Bob Dixon.
Sheriff Dixon. This, I think it was a radio show. The Bob Dixon. Television show.
The Chuck wagon is the wagon that's the kitchen. It seems kind of a funny thing. Like it make it look like all action oriented, but it's just the guys that make beans and fry.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah,
Making
I
the
know.
beans.
It's like bathroom comics.
What's that funny
I
guy?
don't care if
that
I gotta
cowboy?
kill 100 Indians to get back to the cattle drive to make those beans. I'm gonna do it.
It should be like Gabby Hayes. Chuck
Right.
Wagon.
Like a vampire.
Yeah.
Okay.
You guys
Not
are you getting this?
PG-13, man? Come on.
This is for kids.
How-to guide.
Oh, there you go. Reduce.
They figure you're a fat girl
Look at
if
the
you're reading
purple
this
on it.
comic.
Look at that purple. Ace.
Oh, wow.
So there's 10 stories in that comic.
So when I want my wife to get me in the mood, I tell her to whisper pre-code in my ear.
Oh boy.
Not variant. No modern variants.
Not
we got
slab.
Yeah, not slabbed.
Oh, there you go. That's an old one. You can tell by the upside down pyramid price
Number
tag.
13.
Yeah.
It's just, you've got to think about how many years these comics have been around and all the possibilities of them being destroyed and new generations of kids coming along tearing them up, but somehow these books have survived, and it's
crazy, isn't it? I mean, and every once in a while you still hear about a collection being found of Golden Age books, and I'm like, how's that even possible?
There will be more, because as people that bought the comics in the 60s pass away, a lot of the Golden Age collections are going to come on the market.
Boom.
And I think
Steamboat.
there's still a lot of stuff out there, especially a lot of Silver Age. I think will materialize in the next 10 years.
Well,
Yeah.
remember, there's a whole lot of Silver Age. There's probably hundreds of issues compared to 3, 4, 5, 20 of the Golden Age. You know what I'm
You're
saying?
saying 20 existing in existence?
And a lot of books like this, there's probably less than, I don't know, 3, 400
Yeah. So
compared to
someone tore
Silver
them
Age,
out.
where you're
Heck,
into it. No, they had like cards on it that you cut
oh,
out, character cards.
oh, I see. Yeah. Okay.
So that's why you get it for an affordable price. But this is an
I see.
iconic issue. People want this one because it has Steamboat on the cover.
Yeah.
Beep beep, Steamboat. This one ain't that good.
That's a cool one.
What's wrong with it?
No.
It's just too
Number.
plain. What number is that? 49.
Okay.
When I was in 8th grade, the comic shop that I went to, he had a box of faucets, that he kept behind the counter for just select customers. And this was something that seemed completely unobtainable, like that I would even ever be able to, touch one.
Exactly. Yeah.
And the guys that would come in to look at those books would be like these old-looking guys that looked like college professors with patches on their elbows. And they would be allowed to get behind the counter, and they had a couch back there behind the counter, and they would sit back in there and stuff like. And it was just something that I couldn't have ever imagined.
Yeah. I remember at conventions seeing these old guys that probably looked like I do now, but they were older guys, and they were trading Golden Age comics. And I thought, well, if they're just trading back and forth, then the value is really, relative. I mean, you could say it's worth 20,000, and I'm trading you for one that's worth 20,000, but no money is exchanged. So it just seemed like it was an old man's game, and you had to have tons of money, or you had to have been buying them then to have them.
As a
And they
kid,
were.
I'd find these at yard sales.
Let me
I
see
like
what you got.
these. Remember the Guinness World Record books? They would be all over the place. So I'd
Yeah.
buy these and those, and then I'd see these pictures in here as a kid,
Yeah.
and I'm like, wow! You just dream. You're like, I'll never own that. It's like a dream. All
Yeah.
these comics, and now I own a lot of them. So it's like my dreams have come true. I mean, I found this one right here for 50. That's
Yeah, you got a great deal on that.
secondary Marvel Santa Claus cover.
Making dreams come true like this is part of what keeps you young.
I know,
it keeps your mind in the game and it keeps you alive, in my opinion.
Exactly. So I was like, man, so I'm like a little kid now in here because it's all the stuff I dreamed of having. That's the same mindset. It's like it's so like a treasure when you see it, like you've discovered gold, or exactly, metaphorically.
Man, I don't want to ask you the question, what's the most you've ever paid for a comic? Because that would be a shitty question to ask. But
that's what people that don't collect comics ask.
yeah. It's it's just a question that'll get you in trouble. So,
No, how would it get me in trouble?
well, I mean, you've never spent thousands on a comic, have you?
No.
Okay. I mean, because a
400,
lot
I
of
think.
Golden Age, that's what people spend. I mean,
I think I spent 400 on one book, 2 different books. That was the most I ever spent.
oh wow! And you have all this Golden Age.
I spent $1,200 on a Journey to Mystery 83 back in 1990, maybe.
Okay.
But it was really nice, and the fellow that owned the comic shop, Bill Florence, let me pay along on it as I got it and stuff, so I didn't have to pay it all at once. So,
do you still have that comic, Jim?
I do. That's probably the only comic I kept from my first collection when I got all the Marvels and stuff like that. That's the only one I hung on to because Thor was always my favorite character that Marvel did.
Yeah.
I bet you that book's worth a lot more than what you paid now.
Yeah, it's probably about a 7.5, 8.0, something like that. So
No, I wouldn't say nothing.
Here's one that a friend sent me.
Friar Tuck mentions Night Tiger asks all the time how much you guys spend on certain books. That is actually true. So I
inquiring
shouldn't
minds
feel
want to
bad
know,
about
right,
asking any
Mike?
questions.
I always
And
want
where
to
did
know
we get
because
it? You also asked where we got it.
yeah, because it
Like
builds
we
a
have a
database when
copy.
you're collecting, so
Yeah.
you know if people tell you certain numbers, how close they are. You kind of
Yeah.
know what to pay for a book or what people are paying.
Oh, I
So
see.
if you want to pay lower, like I never like to pay full retail.
Well, that's a
This
cool
book
book.
I've never seen before and never seen after. It's so
I've
scarce.
never seen that either. Yeah.
It's a title change from I think it was Nutty Life 1 and 2, and then they changed it to something else after number
Hilarious
2.
comics.
A really interesting cover. It has a real like weird CD dime store look to it. Like I don't know.
It has a werewolf and it has a mermaid and Cupid. It's like the angel and the devil
Little
on their
bit.
side. Because the wolf is coming down.
That title is Nutty Life Hilarious Comics.
From 1946. It's missing centerfold. It's a Gerber 7.
Mhm.
What did I pay for it? $21.50 with shipping tag.
And the 10 cent, is that a fish? The price tag is a fish?
Huh.
I've yet to read this.
It's a good eye, Meyer.
I saw it on my comic shop and I'm like, man, that's got to be worth a whole lot more than $21.50.
Yeah.
So I said, boom. I was all over that like Aunt Jemima on some hotcakes. Ooh, this is a cool one. Catching a bomb, nuclear holocaust.
Atomic war.
I paid $115 with shipping and tax. I write it on the back. This one it was high grade, except for that damage right there.
Is it a true story that his face is based on Fred McMurray, or is that a folk tale?
I
Yes.
don't know, but
I've
it
heard
looks
that.
like it.
Yeah.
It looks like it. Joe sold me this, Tennessee Joe. Go
That's
sub him
great.
up. Black box, silver, and bronze. He shows great stuff. Golden Age. Black box, silver, and bronze. He owed me. Okay, so this is the story. I sold him a book on credit. He was going to pay me, but he hadn't paid me. He was moving. So he was moving from Hawaii to Tennessee, and he had to pick up his car in California and then drive. So I called him one day, and I'm like, where are you at? He told me his exit number and what city. And I'm like, what highway are you on? And he told me, I'm like, dude, you're right behind me, 2 miles. So I pulled over my semi, and he came about 2 minutes later, and he had bought a bunch of books. So I took a bunch for what he owed me. That was one of them. Ghost Rider #1 was another one. It was just funny how he was right behind me. Who does that cover? Mac your boy. Mac your boy. It's Angel. Vulture. If you guys put your faces on the side, we can talk while I just show books. Or somebody
Yeah,
else
let me
shows
see if I
books.
can figure out how to do that
We can
garbage.
talk anyway.
But you're not talking. You guys are quiet.
I'm looking at your stuff you got there, man.
I'll figure it out.
You bummed out? You tired? What's going on?
Oh no, I've been explaining. I don't know what it is. I've been very lethargic since about Monday. Let me
Cabin
see.
fever?
Man, I don't remember how to do this stupid stuff.
By the way, this is my faucet box.
Okay.
I don't like this cover, but it was.
Let me see what you got there.
I probably
I don't
paid,
remember how to do this stuff.
but it was a nice copy, and it was like $15 or something.
Yeah.
but I don't really like it. It looks stupid. They had some stupid covers like where they're bucking on horses. I'm like, what is that? This one's cool.
Well, it was always
First
the humorous.
appearance, dude.
Ooh, look at
First
that.
appearance. First appearance of Vampira, the Korean Queen of Terror.
Wow.
Where is she? I don't
She's
see her.
not. She's not on the cover.
Oh,
I know, it
you
sucks.
willing to open it and show us?
is it the real
Vampira?
Vampira?
No.
It's Vampira.
How do you
Vampira.
know it's pronounced Vampira?
Because I don't. That's just how I pronounce it. I
Oh,
thought
okay.
Because that's the way you pronounce it.
Vampire and Piranha. I don't think about it. I just pronounce stuff. Okay.
Oh, Since there's a pre-existing person named Vampira, that's the first instinct.
This is from 1952.
I'd like to glad you mentioned that.
In 52, Vampira was on local LA television. So,
He thought it was his new. He thought it was his new.
oh, look at that.
Wow.
Queen of
Oh,
Terror.
that's great.
That is great.
Has
Yeah.
this stuff been reprinted by anybody, like in Guangdong?
Yeah, I want to
no
read
idea.
that story.
Yeah,
I have no idea.
that's-
I think he was influenced by the Vampira.
Yeah, definitely.
Looks like
Because-
Catwoman.
Even though she was just on local LA television, she had a story in Life magazine, so she had exposure all over the country.
Yes.
So there you go. First appearance.
Wasn't she a
Okay.
model or something before she started doing that?
Yes. And a beatnik.
A beatnik.
Yeah, she went to a costume party dressed as the character that would later be called Morticia. See, Charles Addams did those cartoons of the Addams Family, but they weren't called the Addams Family.
Right.
They never had names. There was just this creepy family drawn by Charles Addams. So when they went to do a TV series, they called them the Addams Family after the artist, and then he had to come up with names for them. And originally he was going to call Pugsley Poobert, and the network said, "No, we can't have you name it the kid Pubert." So
Those
are nice, Mike.
Yeah.
I even got a private letter from the seller. Thanks
Oh,
for
yeah?
buying a couple books out of my private collection.
Really?
Oh, Jamie, I didn't tell you I bought yesterday. Magic, is it Magic? King Comics. I forget the number. 1943. It's Sweet Pea sitting on a rocking chair holding a thing that says Victory War Bond. And the guy had 39. It was a pretty decent copy. So I sent him a message. So you take 25. So I got an offer just like that. I was like, bam.
Has it arrived yet?
No. But there was
You gotta
another
be
one.
getting close to getting most of those, right? Those war bond covers.
I got quite a few. But there was another copy for $64. It said 7-0. And you look at the picture, the bottom staple's rusted with staple migration. I'm like, what? It was definitely not no 7-0. So I was happy because the one I got was pretty decent. He's riding the rocket.
Yeah,
Like,
those old
like
covers where they're riding a rocket just kind of cracked me up.
Do you guys remember those little Marvel wind-up tin like heroes on tricycles that they came out with in like the mid 60s? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
With toys. So there was one that was Captain America, and he had and it was a wind-up, like a spinning shield on the front of it, and it was like this kind of childlike Captain America, right? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
Maybe-
I don't think I ever saw one in person, but I've seen pictures of them. Hey,
So-
Spinnerack.
So
Gentlemen of
one
culture, good evening.
Gentlemen
Hey,
of culture.
What's going on, brother?
Well,
One
I
of
got
the
home not
wind
too
up-
long ago.
He's
so
on the
you
wrong
guys
show,
are
right?
And I pulled a few things I got to show Dr. Fives. I think you'll appreciate him. But my wife is watching her 93-year-old mother again today, so I've got a little bit of time before I got to go down and start some dinner. But
Let's see what you got.
Dr. Fives, and Gratu, you're gonna like this too.
Oh,
Here
Oh,
are
it's
some
great.
wow.
tiki mugs.
What?
Oh, awesome.
I love
And
it.
we are getting into tiki season here pretty quick.
Love it.
We have a small collection of maybe, I don't know, about a dozen.
Oh, that's great.
There's a regular one.
Very cool.
And then I just got this one off of Etsy.
Nice.
Wow.
Yeah, so I thought you'd kind of like those.
Love them.
Is that for Halloween?
That's for
No,
all year round.
For,
right?
for drinking Mai Tais.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So,
Yeah. First thing you've got to understand is monsters are all year round, not just
Yeah.
Halloween here on this
Absolutely.
Gratu, I can show a few comic books if you want me to.
channel. Oh yeah, sure. Yeah. I don't
Here's
have
one
anything to
that
show.
I'll probably be cracking. I think the value is
Yay.
such that I can afford to crack it. This one, it kind of cracks me up, these rainbow colors, because of course they have such a different meaning, the rainbow colors, than they did back then.
Yeah, they
I
do.
know. It's
But,
really a
yeah.
shame. Well, I don't want to get political about that.
But,
That it
yeah, so
was-
here's Superboy being attacked by a gay character.
Yeah.
Here's one that I probably won't crack. I suspect that the value is just going to be a little too high for me to be able to
All
crack
right.
it. This is the first appearance of Bizarro Lois Lane from Action Comics number 255.
Nice.
Brought her
The year on
flower.
it is
Isn't that nice?
1959.
I was going to guess 58.
Are those Bizarro roses he has?
Yeah, I don't know. Superman, I don't know if you can read it, but he's wondering now exactly which Lois he's going to propose to.
Dave, I'm Missing Mars wants to see something. I'll come right back to you.
Okay.
Let's see. Solo Leia. This is what Myra was talking about. Think these things.
Okay, that's exactly it. So that's what I was talking about.
Oh, wow.
My Aunt Emily at her house, she had a toy box, right, or a couple toy boxes in her closet, and that Captain America one was always there, and I would always play with it when I was at her house, right? See that shield spins right there.
Yeah.
I thought it was in the front, but it's in the back. So
Looks like
I
they're
would,
on big
I would
wheels.
play with this all the time, and I remember one time I came over and I asked her, Aunt Emily, where's that Captain America motorcycle? Where's that Captain America toy? And she goes, Captain America toy? I don't have any Captain America toy. And I go, it's got to be here. It's in the closet. It's in this box in the closet. And I find it and I pull it out and I go, it's right here. And she goes, that's not Captain America. That's Captain Midnight. That's what reminded me of it was Mike's and I'm like, Captain Midnight? Who's Captain Midnight? She goes, I thought that was Captain Midnight. And I go, this is Captain America, not Captain Midnight. So,
Yes, Dr. Fives, if you ever make it through Denver, you have to stop by and with your lovely wife, and we'll have a Mai Tai or two.
Absolutely.
Or three. So speaking of Bizarro, there's a Bizarro Superman.
Oh, that's great. It's got the Joker on there.
Yeah, with the Joker cover.
I think I have that issue. I'm not
Nice.
sure though.
Let's see here.
any of these bizarre
Going on the back of yesterday's Michael show, here's a Hanna-Barbera Dino Mutton number 1.
What?
And the Blue Falcon. Isn't that funny? The Blue Falcon.
Yeah.
If you're in the Air Force, the Army, you know what Blue Falcon means, and it's not a name you give a superhero.
Let's see. This is by Jack Kirby, 1959.
So the Hanna-Barbera
Right.
people specifically gave him that name as an inside joke.
I don't know. Probably not. Maybe it's possible.
Nice.
I'm not sure.
The great Gene Colan. Very
Love this.
cool.
Yeah. Tom Palmer was the inker, 1976.
Nice.
And let's see. Here's Frank Bruner. from 77.
Yeah.
Some great artwork.
Yeah, it is. Love Doctor Strange.
Just a weird assortment here.
Oh, that's cool.
This was just a cover buy that I, at some point, I can't even remember when I got it, and I didn't write any information down on the back. But I was really bad, up until a few years ago. I just didn't write any information down. I don't know why.
I never really have gotten started on it, but I probably should.
Well,
Yeah.
ever since I kind of got onto the fossils, you guys taught me a few lessons. Let's see, this is from '62. Dick Giordano.
Oh,
cover.
nice.
Nice.
Yeah, you start learning to be prepared with your collection when you're on all these live shows. You want all the right books at the right place.
Here's something that's a little bit newer, but of course I'm a big Spider-Man and a Batman fan, but really Spider-Man. So.
I am as well.
And here we have a Metamorpho action.
Yeah, I have that. Yeah, I love that book.
I need more Metamorpho in my life.
I love it too. Ramona Fredone, is that right? Is that her name?
Frayden, yeah.
Yeah.
I always thought it was Fredone, but it's Frayden.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. I thought it was Fredone too. But it's
Because
beautiful.
I thought
book.
it would be pronounced in a Spanish way. I thought it was a Spanish name, but it isn't. I don't know what.
I think for me at least, I'm not an artist obviously, but I think drawing this melting, dripping action while maintaining, a human form, it would be really difficult. Maybe it's not. I don't know, but
I love
Very cool cover.
the whimsical feel to that book is it's really fun. It's a really good read.
Yeah. And these women artists tend to have that feel, that whimsical feel. Marie Severin, Ramona Frayden, that's like the C.C. Beck style.
I have that one.
It's not a masculine way of drawing. It's very different from what you.
I love that comic.
This is from 75. It's issue 36. Ed Hannigan. Cover.
Yeah. I have no idea who that is, but it's great.
Okay, and here we have 1964. This is issue 94. Dick Dellin and Sheldon Aldoff on the inks.
That looks like that was bought yesterday, like it was brand new this week. That's phenomenal. Oh, that's ridiculous.
I really like Dick Dillon. 10 years ago, I didn't know anything about him. And last but not least, here's I don't know, Mariah.
Or did you pick all these up in the same place?
Oh gosh, no. These most of these I couldn't tell you where I picked them up.
Oh,
how did
so
these books wind up on your desk, like handy to show? Are they about to be filed somewhere?
That's all I've got for right now. I've got a couple short boxes back behind me that I had just pulled books for Micah's show until it got canceled. So, yeah. So,
well,
that's awesome collection, brother. Love it.
Yeah,
I love it.
Must give you that warm, fuzzy feeling every time you look at them.
Yeah. So a lot of these that I just showed you, I'll probably put on my spinner racks.
Oh yeah.
I change out the books on the spinner racks fairly frequently, and then as you guys know, at Halloween I'll put all horror and stuff like that, Halloween related stuff out, and then Christmas, of course, I change out the racks again for Christmas, and then generally in February, I start to take the Christmas stuff down, and I'll put out the regular stuff like that.
Do you change them not just because of boredom and seasonal reasons, but because you might damage the books if they were left in the rack too long?
I just for a change of pace and the seasonal, obviously the seasonal reasons. I'm using these are bagged in My Light 2s, which are pretty thick, and then the backing board is the My Light the full backs. And I have not had really any problem, with denting on the books from the spinner racks because I think these are thick enough. Now, if I left them in for a real long time, for years at end, I don't know. But I've pulled books out and looked at them, and then of course I only put 2 to 3 books per slot, so it's
Yeah.
not like they're stuffed in there, and the books behind the book in front they're not pressing the book in front into the rack, so I don't have any problems.
Well, sometimes the spinner rack doesn't. Some of them don't accommodate a boarded comic too well. It's a little too wide, and the board
Yeah.
kind of bends.
Well, Grati, if you remember on my Spider-Man, Superman, Richie Rich, and who's the fourth character? That rack, it's from the 80s. And you're right, I cannot put books like this in that rack because the slots are too just not wide enough. But like
Yeah.
on my gold key rack, I think that rack is from the mid to late 60s. The slots are wide enough for me to get silver and even at times some later golden age. And the bags and boards I use are either the standard Gerber bags or the silver/gold bags and boards.
Mhm.
And then I have that reproduction rack that is the Hey Kids comics rack. And the cool thing I liked about that reproduction rack is they purposely made the slots a little bit wider, so I can put silver books in there.
Yeah.
And of course, I have that one rack for slabs, and it obviously was specifically made to put slabs in. So,
Oh, that's strange. That's well, let me show you let's see what I've got over here. I tend to put books that are reproductions or are damaged. So like this is this is hard to pull out because the board
yeah,
is too wide.
yeah.
But this is a J.C. Penney reproduction from the
Oh,
90s.
okay.
It's not real.
Yeah.
And this, see, it's hard to get it down. This book is real, but when I pull it out, you'll see why. You almost don't notice it, but it's someone's cut Thor out of the cover. But because you see Thor
Oh,
coming
yeah,
through
you're
on
right.
the inside page,
Yeah.
it's like
Yeah.
Thor without a head. You see what I mean? Where it's
Yeah.
cut.
Yeah.
It's but when you only see the top of it on the spinner rack, it's just trying to make it look like a certain time period.
Yeah.
And
Do you guys remember seeing spinner racks in the 70s where kids would just pull the comics forward and bend them to look
yeah,
at the comic behind that one and like bend the spine? Remember that?
all kids did that. You would pull the comics down to see what was behind because there
Yeah.
were lots of different titles back behind.
Yes.
And yeah,
What do we know? We were kids.
this is a childhood copy of this that's all taped but you can see that the board is kind of bending being in this. But this is a real one from the 70s. I paid $25 for it.
Wow.
This lady was selling 2 of them. My friend bought the other one. I think it was 25, maybe it was 20, but
It looks like it's in great condition, Gratu. The signage doesn't appear to be no scrapes or not much in the way.
Well, there's a little bit.
A little bit, but
It looks clean.
It was used in that actually I don't know. Well, it was used in a comic store called Remember When in Dallas. They put all the new comics, the new releases on that until the mid 90s, and I guess the collectors that came in the store may have said, "Hey, please don't do that." And it was run by this little old lady that looked like Aunt Bee on the Andy Griffith Show.
yeah.
It was really horrible. because you'd go in there and she'd be loudly singing music from Cats, and she sounded exactly like Aunt Bee. And she had all these Peppermint Patty kind of women that were her assistants, and nothing was priced in the store because her it was a store that was run by her husband, and her husband passed away. He was one of the original, I think they call them the Texas Trio. They it was Buddy Saunders as a teenager, and the guy that opened the store, Remember When? I'm trying to remember what his name is. Um, and uh, and some other guy put together a amateur comic magazine called Star Studded Comics, I think, is my recollection.
Yeah, I
And
think she.
they called themselves the Texas Trio. But anyway, this guy was, I think he had muscular dystrophy, and he was trying to he was in a wheelchair, and he passed away. And his wife was this lady that looked like Aunt Bee, and nothing was priced in the store. They had wonderful movie posters and monster magazines and a lot of great comics, golden age stuff. But it was so horrible because you'd spend hours finding these great comics and taking them up to them, and then they would look in the price guide to see what it cost. And oh, it was the worst experience. And I found an issue of the Monster Times, which is a tabloid monster magazine from the early to mid 70s, right? And it's basically the same format of the Rolling Stone. It would open up and then read like a tabloid newspaper. So I took one of those up to them, and the Peppermint Patty assistant was like saying, "Look, it has a Star Trek, something about Star Trek in it." So they're gonna want to check. And I'm thinking, no Star Trek fan is buying the Monster Times, looking for. Maybe they are. I was, but it just was so annoying when they don't price books, and then they know you want it because you brought it up there. You spent all the time finding books they didn't even know they had, and then they're gonna gouge you. But anyway, that business is long ago gone, but she got rid of the two comic racks. The other one, if you ever watched the Hypnotic Eye public access show from the 90s that Joe Riley did, it's all over Roku. You'll see it's the one that was the companion to that.
Okay.
What are we showing, Night Tiger? He's always showing something. What do you got there?
Hey guys, I got a split, but I'll keep watching.
Okay, cool.
All right, take care.
Nice
All right.
meeting you.
Super Magician mermaid cover. So did you get that A-OK that I sent you?
Yes, thank you so much. I did a show about it.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Oh,
I gotta
yeah.
go back. You remember what it was?
Oh, I'll figure out which one it was and send you the link. Oh, absolutely. It's that was so wonderful because my mother was drawing Tilly the Toiler all my life. I would see her drawing that profile, and I didn't know what it was, and she said that she used to read Tilly the Toiler. So, but you don't find that comic anywhere. So you sent me a copy of Tilly the Toiler, and it's a real nice connection with my mom.
They turned this teen magazine into a war issue. So it was Teeny Boppers on the first cover, then Warplanes on the second.
Who are the celebrities on the left side?
Frank Sinatra's one of them.
Yeah, there's a good story in here about a girl that wins like to work with him on a radio show or something.
Okay.
She talks about the phone call, and he's on the phone, or she's talking to one of the guys, and her mom doesn't believe her, so Frank Sinatra gets on the phone and talks to her mom, asks if she can come out, spend the day. So who is it?
Look like EC horror hosts on the side.
Joanne Leslie, which is like a Dear Abby, I think.
No, she was
Frank Sinatra, Message to the Youth, and then Jane Froman.
I don't know that name.
She's the teenager that won the trip on the show or whatever.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah.
But Warplane cover, this thing is super scarce. It says scarce World War II issue Gerber 6, New Age Publishers. This is last issue, becomes Teen Life with number 3. number 4, and then they canceled it.
Did you write that, or the previous owner wrote that?
I wrote it.
You wrote it. Okay.
I gotta look like I know what I'm talking about.
Well, you said it says that instead of I said.
Oh,
Yeah, I have that.
newsstand.
Oh, please! There's like 1 million of that book around.
That
But I
bumps
guess
the
it's
price
valuable.
up.
Huh?
It bumps the price of the value of the book.
I know. What does that cost now?
I don't even know. I don't care. I just know I have one. I got it for $1.
Yeah.
Tom McFarlane.
Yeah.
Don't you hate when you like know this cover, you've seen it like a lot of years, and then someone goes, "Oh, did you notice that mistake up there?" And then every
Where?
time you look on this one, something about the shoulder coming up or something. It's not right. I don't remember.
Well, that's just because he can't draw very well.
Yeah,
No.
I was going to say, as a Spider-Man collector, I'm not a Todd McFarlane fan. And I
But
some of
anyways,
my friends would look at me like, "What?" I mean, they just loved him, but he's too cartoony.
it just don't make sense, but it looks cool.
I like Steve Ditko and John Romita. Could you show his signature? He made it look like the Batman '66 TV show. As I recall, he did.
Yeah.
Well, you can kind of see it there. Yeah, I guess that's him. That's kind of the genesis of Spawn. That cover. Yeah, that's better.
Another mistake. Oh, he still has his pants on, and then you see it every time.
I like this comic a lot. This is one of the earliest Batmans in my entire collection. It's like one of the first Batmans I ever got right there.
You have an LCS, just like hypothetically, well, I do have one. They're always like 15-20% or more overpriced. And then you go in here, this had $50 on it. It's like a 4.0, 4.5.
Yeah.
And I had just traded in some books, and I wanted a certain number, and he kept insisting $10 less, and I was like, okay, all right. So he goes, yeah, just give me the $10 hit or whatever. So I'm like, okay. So I went and got this book. It was $50. I go, how about you give it to me for $40 and I get the 10 back? So I got it for $40. And this book, I've always looked at it, but it goes for a lot of money in the higher grades.
I remember seeing that in a barber shop when I was a kid getting a haircut. That was like just sitting on the stand next to the barber chair.
Yeah. Yeah, I've never had that issue. I have the other one you just showed with the.
This was an AOK.
That's pretty nice AOK.
From Man Cave. Dude, I cried on air. I couldn't believe it. I was so touched. Yeah. I did a little unboxing. I had to hold the tears back. Tears of joy. Yeah, it's like a 3.5, 4.0.
Well, Mike, if you want to send it to me, I'll cry online too.
You know how that happens. Books like that kind of connection, like they're like your number in your top 10 or your top 20 in your collection. You guys know what I'm talking about. You knuckleheads.
So I just pulled out my Batman 244, that one that I've had since I was, I don't know, like 9.
Let's see it. Let's see it.
And let's pull. Let me show you. So here it is. It's got a lot of spine ticks, right? And it was like it's kind of beat up. There's like some smudge. There's some smudge on it or something. I don't know. Maybe it's a 4, 3.5. I don't know.
Yeah, it looks pretty nice. Could be. I'd say yes.
So this is what most of my childhood books look like, except for the ones that I started buying in like 7th and 8th grade, when I really kind of when bags were a thing, but boards didn't exist. But so I started taking care of my comics in about 7th or 8th grade. So this is like what most of my early childhood comics look like.
Dude, you are a true nerd. I honor you.
And these models were cool. I actually had this yellow one right here.
Yeah, I've never seen those in person. I just remember that ad all the time.
They were snapped together, and you didn't have to paint them. They already came molded in the colored plastic.
Did you prefer that, or would you rather put it together and paint it?
Oh, when I was a kid at this age, I really liked this because, but I was painting stuff too. Like I was making those Planet of the Apes models and those Aurora caveman and prehistoric kits. But
Yeah.
this was fun because you could immediately pop it together and play with it, right
Oh,
away
yeah.
without having to wait for it to dry or anything. You can take me off. That's all I had to show, I guess.
Okay. Library 88 says that WoW Comics is a beauty, Mike. P.S. I miss my Batman 251.
I feel you, brother. I know how it feels to miss comics.
Which one is Batman 251?
Oh, this one with the Joker.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Never had that issue.
Iconic murder or brutal
Yeah.
murderer.
Yeah.
Maniac. He's Maniac Monday. I mean, I got. Wow.
Let's see.
I forgot I had this. I almost bought another one. That's an odd position to put her on the cover.
Yeah, what's she reaching for?
I see. I've never even seen that. Thanks a lot.
Dr. Fives, you've been hanging around Dr. Strangelove too much. He likes to point things like that out.
I know Saturday night's the gold versus gold on Night Tiger Comics.
That's right.
Going up
Oh,
against the
yeah.
captain.
Okay. What time on Saturday?
So you guys vote for me. We'll be like the secret Dum-Dum vote.
Oh, okay, that's right.
Are you guys on against the Trump rally?
Are we?
Maybe. Let me check. Maybe
Oh,
not.
well.
Maybe it's tomorrow night.
Mike, when did you start collecting Golden Age?
Oh, in my mind, when I was about 7 or 8. And then you know how it is when you discover the internet, you slowly learn a lot faster all the aspects of buying Golden Age.
Yeah.
And you start finding books because some people, flea market sellers, they just want to get rid of it, $20, $30. And you're like, that's a book I've always wanted. I can afford it. So I always look for those books. I'm always looking for different tells, is it got horror to it? Is it a cool graphic? What's the significance? How scarce is it? And then look for the below private market or whatever.
Yeah. We just don't have those opportunities here in Denver, flea markets, and there's
I get it all online.
Oh, are you getting it online? Yeah.
I just go through eBay. Like today, I've looked at eBay in my comic shop probably about 20 times. All new listings, like once an hour, twice an hour, in between, whatever. Because that's how you get the books. Because the person that listed first, if you're there.
Yeah.
I thought you weren't buying new books currently.
New books? I don't buy new books.
Well, new to you. I know they're
Oh, yeah. I got a couple coming. I got a Victory War Bonds from King Comics.
He's got it bad. He's like an addicted gambler.
Well,
yeah, it's true. What can you say?
I just never thought you could get these books for that price, but I guess it seems to be a lot cheaper than I guess stuff from Atlas.
Let me show you this. So when I saw these listed together from Comic Warehouse for $50 a piece, I grabbed them both quickly.
Yeah.
That one and this one. These books, you can't touch them in this grade for $50.
Where's Jambo?
They're really hard to get, but I got a second one of the other one. I mean, you got to have two, right?
Yeah, you've got it bad, all right.
What did I pay? I paid $16 with shipping for this, and it's missing the centerfold.
Ooh.
$16. It says it right there. Well, yeah. So, you look for that like that book, I could easily sell it for over 100. But you know, I'll just think about when I buy it, get it at an investable price, so that way, you know, if ever whatever, you've got more value in your book.
Yeah.
But if you buy everything at fair market value, you're going to lose a lot of money
Yeah.
if you ever try to sell.
I'm not trying to get you to say your secrets, but do you have certain eBay sellers that you kind of mind?
I haven't figured out how to
Follow
save
people,
them.
or
Because when I try to search them, I can't find sellers. I don't know how to save the sellers. I just put in Golden Age, new listing, and then and then comics, Golden Age, new listing, and just
yeah.
and in my comic shop, man, dominates eBay when it comes to comics. They
You know, I
dominate
think
it.
the first time that I went to San Diego Comic Con was in 1986, because I was started working then, and finally had a little bit, you know, some money where I could travel over to San Diego. And I can still remember, you know, I mean, I was after Spider-Man and Marvel primarily. I was a Marvel guy. And I can still remember, you know, looking at Golden Age, but it was so expensive back then compared to, you know, the Silver Age and the Bronze stuff that I was collecting. Looking back, you know, gosh, I
Right.
would have gotten into it, but I never did. I mean, I've got a smattering of Golden Age, but that's it.
Hey,
Do you think the value will go down as people pass away on Golden Age comics? Not that it'll really matter, but
depends on the comic. Like comics like these they won't go down.
do you think
Yeah, I
the
agree. I
TikTok
think it depends on.
generation, when they grow up, is going to care about Nyoka, the tiger?
Can't worry about that. I don't
I'm
know. I
not
don't think.
worried about
Well,
it. I'm
I
just,
don't think about it.
yeah.
well, when,
You gotta be in the now when it comes to comics.
yeah. Well, when Mike passes away, the market will go down 30% when his collection hits his flooded.
I either go the now or backwards, like 1940s. There's nothing like reading a Golden Age book. It is just
Right.
it's so
Right. Yeah,
fun.
absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm not.
Even Silver
I,
Age,
oh yeah.
Bronze
Well,
Age,
well,
in general.
there was a lady on YouTube that I don't think does many videos now,
Let me see what we got.
silver-haired Bronze Age babe, and she said once that people tend to collect from the time they first discover comic books 10 years back and 10 years forward
Yeah.
from that point. And I thought that kind of makes sense because, I start uh, discovering comics about 1970, and I love the comics from the 60s and love them up through most of the 70s. And I would love Golden Age. It's just I never thought it would be possible for me to afford it. And some of these sound very, uh, very, oh, wow, only $50. And I realized, man, no, $50 is actually a lot of money to me.
Yeah.
But then I'm retired and I'm barely making it.
I
But
get you. I get what
I mean, it sounds like it's nothing for something that's 80 years old, and it is. But I'm just not. I'm not at
you're
my
good. That
maximum
means
earning potential of my
that means you'll
career.
be constrained. That's good. So I wish I could constrain myself better. Okay,
Well,
here's some cool books. Here you go.
It's do you guys know if you remember the editor's notes that we saw so much in Marvel Comics in the early 70s? Do you know if that was an invention of Stan Lee? And the thing that sticks in my mind about it is it's kind of like Stan Lee is kind of like a drug dealer with comic books. So that editor's note, for me, it always made me want to read that comic that I didn't have that it was
right.
referencing to, right?
Yeah, it made it all part of a history, that it was all connected. I guess I've never seen. Oh, that's not a real comic.
That
That's
is.
no, it's a fake comic. It's got a PPC code on the
Read it.
back.
Read it.
Oh, reprinting. Okay, right. All right.
Oh,
Well,
nice.
it fooled me for a second until I realized, okay, it's a facsimile, sort of a facsimile.
It's like reprinting, basically. Yeah, it says reprinting classic comics.
Yeah. Did it
So
originally have that back cover? I don't think so. I don't know. What do I know? Yeah, it's cool though. When did this come out?
I don't know. I got it for out of the dollar bin. When did it come out?
Probably.
2017.
Oh, very recent. Yeah.
It's still cool. I mean, it's definitely cool
No, it's
looking.
cool. It's definitely cool. I just didn't know they'd redone that. But at first, I thought it was a Gold Key comic, and
That's what they try to make it look like. That's what makes it cool, right? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
Mike, when do you think you'll retire?
Probably never till I fall down.
Not with your addiction to comics, you won't.
They made it really hard to retire.
I could retire right now, like if I moved to Dominican Republic, but I got too much family over here.
Yeah.
My wife has land over there, and
How
we
would
have
you
a whole.
haul all your stuff over there?
We already looked into it with the pods.
What about ordering comics from the States? How tough is that?
Probably more expensive.
I mean, are they going to go through every package and analyze it?
I don't know. I got enough to.
Yeah, you say that, but you're checking 20 times a day for new listings.
Look at it like this way: it's buying stocks.
Mike, you're in Florida, right?
Yeah.
Do you have any problems down there? You know, somebody from Colorado where it's dry and relatively cool. Don't have to worry about bugs or or spotting. Do you have any problems with
that's Jodie Foster. That's Jodie Foster on that cover.
And Johnny Whitaker. Yeah.
Yeah, Johnny Whitaker. I just seen him today in an episode of Green Acres we were watching.
I saw that in the theater. I remember seeing that in the theater, and I have the comic too.
He was this little kid on Green Acres, and he was Eb's friend. And Eb was saying how he built a rocket, went to the moon, and it crashed in the swamp. But he brought back a moon rock, and he gave it to the couple, Oliver and what's her name, Jaja. And he kept beeping at night when the moon would shine. And it was a great episode. You guys got to go check that out on Prime Video.
I had a crush on Jodie Foster as a little kid, but then when it came out, John Hinckley had a crush on her. I kind of didn't want to ever mention that again. And then, of course, oh well.
Whitman variant. It's a variant.
Showcase. This is a great title.
I remember when the
title.
I have that one. The Overstreet Price Guide used to say stuff with Whitman was worthless, just garbage, and because they were reprints, and then later, no, they're not reprints. It was all part of the original first printing, and now they're declared as valuable. Someone else coming in. Oh, Jambo's coming back.
Yay! I wonder where he went.
Yeah, I was wondering that too. You're back.
I got bad internet tonight.
Yeah, I think we're all having that.
Yeah, I think I'm going to jump out. I wanted to break in for the first time and finally get here. Enjoyed it. I love watching this stuff. It gives me that warm, fuzzy feeling looking at all this stuff. But I got to work in the morning.
Yeah.
So I'll check in next Thursday.
Yes,
all right,
please.
All right,
care, brother.
Take care.
Take care, Stanley.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm going to do the same. I've got to start dinner here pretty quick and get ready for my wife to come home. So
it's good to see you, brother.
Take care.
Good seeing you. Take care,
Dave.
Good meeting you, Stanley.
Yeah, he's got a great Instagram page too. I'm just trying to kill time because my wife's closed up in the attic doing a phone job until 11 o'clock tonight Central, so I can't go up there and bring the dog up because she might start barking and ruining her sales call or whatever you call it. Polling.
I thought it was really cool the other day when Drew brought her food to you for her to open, or for you to open for her.
Was that on camera?
Yeah, does she do that all the time?
She pulled it out of a bag. I must have had it on the floor, and I said, "Here, let me open that for you." I didn't know that. I can't remember what I record. What's weird though is she's fixed, but she has this green bone and part of a green toy, just a little portion of it from when she was a puppy, and it's only green toys. She's got about 3 or 4 of them, and she'll take food to these green toys and put it there for them like they're her puppies. And it's really kind of disconcerting. You're thinking, boy, maybe we shouldn't have had her fixed. It's like kind of cruel. She's trying to feed her toys. She's still got that maternal instinct. So that's weird. Um,
She's not like that with the cats, though, right? She don't feel no maternal
well,
need to take care of them, right?
well, the cat is actually old. There's only one cat now,
Okay.
and Alan is a little older than Drew, and um, yeah, they kind of coexist. Sometimes I'll see them kind of close, but usually, she doesn't like it too much. But we need to get another cat to hang out with Alan, so then Drew will be outnumbered. But so anyway, I've got to stay up till 11.
Okay.
Right now, I'm recording this garage rock off the television, off of YouTube's.
Cool.
It's called Test Tube Maniacs, and I'm up to volume 11. It's weird. They've made this album covers that are like definitely R-rated, if not worse. And I didn't even know why they call it Test Tube Maniacs for 60s garage rock, but they're pretty good compilations. If you look up Test Tube Maniacs on YouTube.
Hey, I can show a few comics.
Yes, please, because I have nothing to show. So let's see. Or I could get something upstairs. Let's see. Solo layout.
All right, I'll show a few. Since you guys were showing them, I just grabbed a few out of this box. These are comics that I haven't shown, and this is one for Eric Breen. He was talking about the different romance comics.
Oh, that's great.
I think this is the only one that I have.
He looks dead.
Oh, it's funny. It says, Hal's calling someone's name in his sleep, but it isn't mine. And he's sitting there going, Ingrid, Ingrid. He's in trouble when he wakes up.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, she's going to want to know who Ingrid is.
Not a good date.
No, he's in trouble.
You always look like you're on the set of Creep Show.
Rip Hunter, Time Master.
Oh, I've got that issue. It's fantastic.
Oh, that is a cool cover.
Yeah.
That whole series is great.
Yeah, this is number 3.
Wow. Nice.
Here's another one on Rip Hunter, Time Master number 10.
Oh, wow.
Oh, it's a wedding.
To a monster.
Yeah.
Or is it? No.
Yeah, she's wearing some kind of like princess outfit of some sort. The guy she's with is pretty nasty looking. And then here's some of the comics that, as I said before, I was never into as a kid, believe it or not. And I love them now, and I appreciate them now. But when I was a kid, I was not into the comedy stuff.
Right. Yeah, I'm starting to appreciate it too because of these old guys on YouTube.
Well, I started with that stuff because I love monsters, and they were cutesy monsters, when I was like 5. And I've always appreciated the 50s, 60s, and early 70s Harvey.
I started with it too. I was a Casper and Richie Rich from the beginning. Those were my two, like maybe first comics that I liked that I read and purchased. At maybe 4 or 5 years old, maybe is when I started reading them.
Yeah.
I have this. I love that cover. I think that's a great cover.
Here's a Huckleberry Hound.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, he's one of my favorites.
Pixie and Dixie.
Yes. Pixie and Dixie, right?
Yeah, they were funny.
Yeah, he had a great voice. The cartoon.
Yeah, he was supposed to be Andy Griffith. Is that right? Is that who Huckleberry Hound is kind of supposed to be?
I don't know that.
Yeah, I'm just kind of guessing. I'm thinking like what was the tie-in? You know how there's a lot of tie-ins, like the Flintstones or the Honeymooners.
Yeah, almost
Yeah.
every and Top Cat, all of the cats were famous comedians that we've forgotten today.
Yeah, I think Top Cat is supposed to be like Phil Silvers. So he's supposed to be like the
Yeah,
Sergeant Bilko show.
right. But yeah, all the voices were comedians. Let's see. Let me look that up. Huckleberry Hound.
Here's one for Paulo.
Oh, cool.
Nice.
I look how busy that cover is. That's great. Wow.
I just sent a couple of those out in that last prize on the stream. You find that in dollar bins and in the comic shops. They don't know how to price that stuff.
Yeah, are you giving away stuff on the Strange Life
Yep.
competition?
Yeah, I'm giving away. So I'm going to have a author and her mom. So a young adult author. They're going to be
Hey,
refereeing.
That last book that you had before this one, I think it's got a symbol for the Mickey Mouse Club on it up there in the upper right hand corner. See that?
Yep.
That's kind of cool.
MICKEY.
Yeah. That's neat. I don't remember seeing that at
Good
that.
eye, Meyer.
It's fascinating, the stuff that we grew up watching.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, I've never seen that issue.
Yeah, that is
I
nice.
like that one, yeah.
Yeah.
I always
He just
loved these
had
type of covers. I loved these
know.
covers when I was a kid because I loved like learning about new characters at the beginning when I was just discovering this title. That's the fun part. The fun part about Adventure Comics and the Legion of Superheroes was all the different characters with all the goofy names.
It just says Huckleberry Hound, a blue anthropomorphic coonhound dog that speaks with a North Carolina Southern drawl. He first
that's
appeared
right.
in the series The Huckleberry Hound Show.
Andy Griffith is like that's North Carolina.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Mayberry's supposed to be North Carolina, but it was really like Boone or something like that, I think.
Yeah,
that's the first appearance of the Kryptonite Kid, ain't it? Or second?
That's a great
First
cover.
I think it's first cover.
It's number 99. And then I'll end it on this one, I guess.
Oh, that's good.
Nice. Are these recent pickups?
No, they're not. These are ones that I've had for many years. I inherited, I think, most of those like in the 80s, 1980s.
Oh, okay. I had a big suitcase full of comics I brought to my cousin's house. I lived in Milwaukee, and he lived up north on the reservation because they were Chippewa. So I left my suitcase of comics there when we left for the summer by accident. So all year I couldn't wait to get back to get my comics. So I asked my cousin, I'm like, "Where's my suitcase of comics?" Oh, I sold them.
Oh,
I was like, "Yeah." I'm like, "What kind of family member does that to you?"
Not a good one.
I had to forgive him after about 20 years of agonizing over that.
Wow. That's.
I don't remember what was in
Hey,
there. I just know we're all raw. Hey, what's up, brother? Get
Hi.
ready to go.
How you doing, man?
You get ready?
I forgot he was doing the live stream tonight.
Nope. Him?
I just uploaded
Yeah.
a video. I forgot all about
Saturday, though. You ready for Saturday?
it. I guess so.
He's going to win, man. He's got some killer books he's been posting all
I
week on
don't see.
Instagram.
That's why I didn't even want. That's why I was reluctant because I don't want to. It's not about competition.
It's for fun.
Yeah, right.
Night Tiger was trying to get us to cheat.
The judging is done by a mother and daughter author team.
No,
is that right?
they're the refs, the chat votes.
The refs. Okay.
Yeah, they
Chat
count. They
votes.
tally the votes. They keep the
Oh.
timer.
All right.
Okay. And okay. All right.
So we pull a random book and we show it real quick. Are we on at the same time? and then
All right.
you go vote. Okay, you got 1 minute to vote.
How do we vote?
You just put in the chat, whatever. H, Hans,
Okay.
M, Mike, whatever.
Well, maybe it should just be a number, 1 or 2, so that it could be
Yeah,
done very
there you
quickly.
go. Yeah.
Yeah.
What about
Yeah, I don't
what are
know.
you gonna have the genres match, or just like
No, it's
someone
just
show
random.
romance against a horror,
It's
or are you gonna?
just for fun. That's all. So it's just for fun to see what
Yeah,
happens.
but I was asking the same thing myself. Are we gonna, do it like genre? Like pull out something from Western comics and then maybe something from horror
Don't
comics.
you think? Don't you think it makes
superhero?
it funner
Yeah.
if you don't know exactly what you're bringing? Don't you think that's like more exciting?
Yeah,
But a
but you
horror
could.
comic's always gonna win over a romance comic with the
You
people
don't
in the
know.
chat.
You're right.
It don't,
You're right.
It don't matter. It's just for fun. It's not.
No.
Well, I know that, but it's like no
See,
one's gonna
so
show
that'll
a
be cool.
romance comic if they think that the other. It's like rock
Yeah.
paper
It's
But
scissors.
that'll be funny. It'll be like
It's
a guy
like
that's
having
in the
loaded
ring.
dice. You're gonna
Yeah.
stack that mainly with good
It's
golden.
like Russian roulette.
You got to
Because-
pull out the very best stuff from both your collections.
Absolutely.
no.
That's what I would do.
Well, that's the strategy, but we don't know what we're gonna do. I mean, I say, it's.
I'm not even going to bother with romance comics, though.
Yeah, because that'll always
Right.
not win over the others.
Is
No,
it just
no.
Golden Age, Mike?
Yeah, just Golden Age.
Okay.
Cutting off
know
win.
Captain's
55.
got some great killer
54.
early
54.
Marvel books too.
Jamie, how you doing, man?
So that wouldn't win
Good,
against
sir.
the
How you
horror
been?
book.
Okay.
Let me see
No.
that. I can't see it.
No, it wouldn't. No way.
Well, I don't know. That is pretty good. It depends on the horror book.
That's what I'm
Yeah.
telling. See, that's what I'm saying. It's just you don't know.
Yeah, that's
Random.
true. Everybody's
It's
got
like
different
punch.
I
tastes.
don't
It's like
trust the
punching wild.
people in the chat to
Might
have
pull out
good
something like
taste.
this. I don't know.
Some
Yeah.
of
There
the
you
people in
go.
the chat are pretty stupid.
See, I
So,
have
see
that
what you
one,
got there.
but we can't show the same book twice.
No, you can't show the same book twice.
So if I see you show a book, I'm like, dang it, now I can't show that one.
She's got a nice butt.
She does.
But
No-
does she
no
have midget
comment.
legs?
Thank
Yeah,
you.
she was a
Marie.
midget.
Look at this. I got myself some toothpaste, 60% free.
What does that mean?
Well, you get 60% more, right? Yeah.
60% more box.
60%
box.
free of poison.
Look how small it is.
What a scam.
Look at that.
That's ridiculous.
60% free air in that box
60
is what it
Yeah,
was.
60%
less,
free air.
man.
You got scammed.
They're talking
Wait.
60% less,
Wow.
not more.
Is
That's
that an
right.
extra tube in there, or is that all that was in
No,
there?
that was it.
That was it.
What? Then it just rattles around in the box?
Yep.
Yeah.
It-
False
it's-
advertising.
If you look, yeah, it is.
That is a big psych, isn't it?
Thanks,
It
Obama.
is.
It says 4 ounces, right? Well, if you look at it, it says 4 ounces. And that's what this is. It's 4 ounces, man.
Well, I'd hate to have seen the tube that was 60% more then. You
Yeah,
know,
I mean,
there wouldn't have been nothing there.
We had those as a kid, filled
free.
with lead and everything.
Unbelievable.
That's a travel
6% more laughing all the way to the bank.
I thought that was funny. I don't know.
Yeah, it's funny how our country's being destroyed.
That's
Intentionally.
stimulus checks right there. That's it.
I know. We can't buy comics anymore.
I picked up some pulp magazines, though.
All right.
I'm not a big pulp guy, but I mean, I collect a lot of different things besides comics, but I don't collect any high-end, pulp magazines and nothing like that. Just these are like $15 and under, stuff like this. And
You
they're
got that
missing
great
a
show
lot
that
of
you
stuff
and
missing on the edges,
you and Leo go to. That's a great show. They have a lot of pulps there.
Yeah, the Chicago Pulp and Fiction, Pulp and Paper Convention. This is a good one. I like this.
Nice.
That's a nice one, yeah.
Wow.
Cover by Earl Burgee. And I think this might be a cover by Earl Burgee too.
It
I
looks
got-
like it. Yeah.
Pick this up for $12. Yeah.
It's like an addiction.
Yeah, what can I say? I
You
thought
got
I'd
the-
stop by real quick, man. I forgot all about this thing. I just
Yeah.
uploaded a video too myself.
A couple days ago or tonight?
No, tonight. I just
Oh,
just about, I don't know, half hour, 20 minutes ago, I uploaded it.
oh, okay. Well, that gives
No.
us something to do later.
As
I
a matter of
saw
fact,
yours from a few days.
I was talking about Tarzan. I mentioned Tarzan because I showed this book, Earthman on Venus,
Yeah.
and I thought it was the same as. I mean, I thought that he was the guy. Where did it go? Oh, you know, it's Ralph. How do you pronounce that name? Milne?
I can't see it. Ralph
Milne.
Farley?
Yeah, Ralph Milne Farley. He Earthman on Venus, and all the interiors are Wally Wood. I think that it's similar to Edgar Rice Burroughs, John Carter of Mars, and that's where I think he got the idea from. But it originally appeared in Argosy magazine, and I think in the late 1920s, 29 or something like that.
Yeah.
How do you think her dress is being held up? Look, what is that? That glue? What is that she using? That's stripper paste, they call it, right?
Yes, it is.
Right there, yeah.
Yeah.
Hubba hubba ding ding, baby, she's got everything. So yeah, I was just, and then I was talking about it, and then I kind of thought, oh my God, you know, Tarzan, Edgar Rice Burroughs, he's got the Dum-Dum thing tonight, you know. I forgot all about it.
That's
And
all
that was
right.
right at the end of the video, so I thought
I'm going to try to do it on Thursdays.
You don't step on toes.
Regular Thursday thing, Gratu.
Well, just because I'm, give it a chance for everyone to hang out.
Yeah.
Yes.
What do you got there? Redskin?
Number one.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
that's pretty good.
Yeah, you wouldn't get away with that today.
I was just thinking, imagine seeing that comic out today.
Man.
Comic book formerly known as Redskin.
Thrilling Indian stories.
Now, is
That's
that
a little-
a comic
It's
that you
called
can?
Commander, right?
What would is that an affordable comic today? You can get that for less than 50, something like that.
That's what I bought my 2 copies for less than 50. So that's where I would buy it at. I wouldn't pay more unless it's a really, really nice copy. Then I could see paying more. I've never been able to find a complete copy of this. It's missing this. I think it's missing 2 wraps.
That's happened to me a couple of times in about 2 months ago. And I kind of gave up on it a long time ago, spending money on expensive books and not unless they're graded.
I paid $22, missing 2 wraps, but I've never seen. This is the only copy I've ever seen for sale since I've been collecting. Because it's a 3 issues. It's a 3-issue series.
I've heard some other terms for love trails that aren't quite as soft as this.
You mean like snail trail?
Yeah, something like that. Maybe Peter tracks, something like that.
At about what year do you have to? Can you stop worrying about wraps missing?
Depends on the price. It's all like a balance.
Well, I mean, the comics were thicker in the golden age, so it was more likely that the staples couldn't hold the whole book together.
They said that books lost centerfolds the minute they left the stapler.
Especially those that only had one staple in the center.
Yeah, in World War II.
1943, yeah, they were bad.
But by the 50s, you can pretty much, you're probably not going to worry as much about wraps being missing.
Yeah, I think probably more in the 40s than in the 50s. Yeah,
because that's a really annoying thing. Because one wrap is,
that's 4 pages. 4 pages.
2 wraps you're missing. Yeah, it's a lot of pages.
Mike, you ever seen a a Western comic that Ace Comics did?
Called what?
Indian Braves.
Yeah.
Okay, I just got one today.
Okay. I don't have
That
any
is
of
a
those.
weird comic, man.
Western
Western
crime.
Crime Busters.
I know.
It's
Look at
planks of
the
wood,
crime,
right? It's just planks of wood nailed together, right?
and the crime is so big.
Kind of like
I'm
Gene
trying to.
Autry.
Yeah, we
What
got
is
the
going on
number
the
one of that.
cover?
It's really
Gun
cool.
Gunslinging galoots.
Got some girls
Galoots.
inside too.
Who says galoots? Galoots.
You big galoot.
Galoots.
Gabby
You're a
Hayes.
bunch
That's
of
who says
galoots.
that. Yeah, that's a great title there.
EC Comics, man.
Hard to find.
That's a great cover. There's a lot of flow and movement. I mean,
That's
that's
what
really
she said. A good man is hard to. I mean, a hard man is good to find.
composition. Excellent composition on this cover.
Yeah.
Look at those legs.
Nice detail.
The legs are perfect. The legs define almost 50% of that body.
So who's the artist? You know?
Johnny Craig.
Oh, great.
Johnny Craig. Awesome. Guys, I'm going to tap out. Mike, I'm going to watch the rest of this. Gratu.
Okay.
Top Cat.
Yeah, I got to get up early tomorrow too. So I got one more
I do
day
too,
to do.
But I got to stay up till 11, even though I got.
I'm sorry. I'd stick around had I not had to work.
That's
early
fine.
morning,
That's fine.
but I'll catch you guys next week.
All right,
All right,
Jamie. Take care, man.
Take care,
See you guys.
Good seeing you.
See you later, Jamie. Oh, I have to breen Dr. Fibes.
Let's see.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
I just got out of the Dollar Bin.
You got that in a dollar bin?
Yep.
Wow.
Oh yeah, like the other $800 book you paid 99 cents for.
I got it. That's why it's not even in a Mylar yet. I've decided if I was going to keep it. But it's looking cooler and cooler.
What's the story on this?
On what?
The $800 book you paid 99 cents for.
I have no.
Oh yeah, the thing. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, by Charlton. I got an issue for 90 cents.
What?
Yeah, that's what you say. You're saying it because you don't want your wife to know what you really paid for it.
No, I bought a stack of comics and he had 30 on it. And I told him, how about 25? He said, okay. And there was like a bunch of golden. I was nervous. There was a bunch of Golden Age in there. And nice copies too. But it doesn't happen every day. Like maybe
and that's present day. You're talking about like now that you're finding this stuff now.
That was a
I think
torturous bondage.
2 years ago, maybe a year and a half. I'm going there. Actually, I'm going there on Memorial Day because it's only open on Mondays. And if it's a holiday, it's like twice as big. And there's a lot of comic book vendors there. And it's a small little town in Florida, and the whole town just kind of revolves around the money off this flea market.
Oh wow!
And I find good stuff there all the time.
Just to clarify, for anyone that doesn't know, the Thing is not the Marvel Fantastic Four thing. It's a horror comic that is considered to be the most notorious of all the pre-code horror comics, as far as just incredibly ghastly torture and stuff. And it's.
I have it right here, I think.
Let's see. Let's see that top comics there. Is that a little monster? I get distracted by everything.
Thanks, Gratu, for filling me in on that. I did not know that.
It's called The Thing.
Okay.
And I think you can get books that reprint it, PS art books. That would be the way to go. Don't spend thousands of dollars on it. Just get a hardcover that reprints.
Just spend 90 cents on it.
Because I did think you were referring to the Fantastic Four thing.
Oh, no. I start realizing most people don't know what we're talking about.
I didn't think about that.
Mainly because my wife's in the chat, and it's like, she doesn't know that. I got to stop and explain. Miracle deals are out there, says Library 88, but you got to scour obsessively. Haha. Yeah, but scouring is so horrible in comic stores because all you see is 90s stuff. That's great.
Captain bought one after he's seen mine.
That's a fantastic cover. I love it. There's the husky.
First Halloween in comics. The first use of the word.
Is that right?
Yep.
Where did you hear that? Every time you say that, it's like, how do you know?
Because you research, you try to find other books with that word in it, and they changed it from Hallows Eve to Halloween with apostrophe EEN at the end.
Okay. I know it's been with the apostrophe since long ago, and that would seem to change. Maybe in the '60s they dropped the apostrophe. That's nice.
Paid $50 for that. Actually, I was showing people. I'm like, "There's a really cool book on MyCom or wherever it was for $50," and then I started thinking, "What am I doing?" I ran over and got it really quick because you can't find a high grade House of Mystery early issue for $50.
What number is that?
13, actually.
Oh,
number 13. I can't find that thing book. It's got to be somewhere else.
oh, nice. I've got one issue of that.
There was the yellow claw and the purple claw.
Mine is the purple claw. It's a red cover with a spider thing on it.
Yeah, I don't have that one. I need it. Throw it in my box. Throw it in my box.
So what would you Google if you were looking for that cover of the thing that you guys are talking about?
Oh,
the Halloween?
Oh, you're talking about the thing. Well, you just typed the thing, and it was a Charlton comic. Is that right?
Yeah, just type Charlton, the thing, comics.
Well, honestly, what I do, Dr. Fives, my first instinct is to go to mycomicshop.com and just type in the thing. Of course, you're going to get the Fantastic Four thing. Let's see here.
No, if you type Charlton comics.
Yeah,
with the year.
Right. Boy, this is annoying as heck.
Okay, I'm looking at it right now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. It's got like a vampire woman that's getting ready to feast on another woman.
Yeah, it was a series, though. It lasted for a while. I don't know how many issues it had.
It's fantastic. And it's called The Thing. Weird Tales of Suspense and Horror.
Yeah, okay, there were 17 issues. Started in 52.
I see. Yeah, this is
Kirby.
Fantastic.
Kirby.
Yeah, see, it's a pretty expensive book. I see one $400, $635 for something graded at a 5.0.
Here's one for $75, number 3.
Does it say poor condition though?
What book is it?
He's looking at the thing.
Oh, yeah. I wish I could find mine.
Yeah, I was just looking for mine. I can't find it.
I'm looking at mycomicshop.com.
Yeah.
What the hell did I do with it, man? It's.
Yeah, if you're paying $75 for something in poor condition, that means it's basically a rag. That's pretty pretty expensive.
This story in here, the first story, he finds a book bound in human flesh. It's really cool.
Oh, like the necromancer.
Yeah,
that's a cool cover.
One time. That is neat.
And this is the Canadian print. Canadian.
No.
So that's the character of Ibis is like the basis of Doctor Strange, kind of, right? Is that right or not?
I don't know.
I think there might be several ancestors of Doctor Strange going back to the pulps, but what do I know?
Yeah, I think so too. He's one of those ancestors of Doctor Strange. I've read some Ibis in those Gondwana lands I have, and
it's good. Yeah, it's good.
Beautiful. Yeah, the art's beautiful and the stories are great. Yeah, it's really well written and it's good. That's beautiful.
Yeah, I don't have many original ECs.
Wow.
Nice.
Great collection, man.
Yeah,
Really
it's fantastic.
great
These are
box.
just a few of my favorite things.
If you want to,
my favorite things.
if you want to see where all the pre-code horror comics came from, just type into YouTube OTR old time. I've got that, but not in that good a shape. Old time radio, and shows like the Inner Sanctum.
Oh yeah.
And, the Witch's Tale.
Oh yeah,
And,
I used to listen to that.
Suspense. Those
CBS
are
Radio Mysteries.
Yes.
Inner Sanctum had a host that was very much like the Crypt Keeper. The Witch's Tale had basically an old witch, just like and the guys that created EC were young guys in the early 50s, and they'd grown up listening to those radio shows in the 30s and 40s,
Yeah.
and
I found
that's where
mine.
that's where they were getting a lot of their ideas. And if you like those books, you should be listening to old time radio. It's a lot of fun, and you can form your own pictures in your mind. Just listen to it as you're going to sleep. And I've always loved old
That's
time
what I
radio.
did. Yeah, I used to
And
listen to CBS Radio Mystery going to bed.
Gunsmoke is so much better as a radio show than as a TV show. It is a whole different experience. Very gritty and very real.
I still listen to the Jack Benny show. I got them all on tape.
Oh,
On
sure.
cassette tape, you know. Jack Benny show, The Shadow, The
Oh,
Whisper.
Tiger, I'm loving these. I love all these horror themed comics.
I think this is what you're talking about, Mike, right?
What's that?
This book right here is the same one that I just found mine.
You found
The
it?
one you paid 90. You said you paid 90 cents for this?
I don't know. Let me see.
90 cents. That's ridiculous. Oh, wait. He can't see because, exit solo layout.
I mean, I
Okay.
can find mine.
Oh,
Yeah,
here, hold on.
I think it's that. Yeah, I had. That's the one.
That's so great.
Let me go see. I can find it.
I don't know. It's like an $800 book.
Is it? It is. Wow. That's what I would think. Could you show a
Oh,
close
is
up
it?
of
I
the
didn't know.
logo
I
there?
didn't know. I didn't know it was that much.
Yeah, you pulled a
Well,
bunch
in
of
higher
vote out,
grade, yeah.
and you've got my vote.
What's inside the letters of the thing? Are there little?
There's little pictures of ghouls.
Oh, wow. It reminds me of the Weird War logo that's dead soldiers inside the letters. Yeah, that is so
Great.
great.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah, it's just something that's not really affordable unless you bought it 40 years ago.
Yeah, I wouldn't pay $700 or $800 for this. I mean, this is in really nice high grade. So
I'm pretty sure you can get the whole series reprinted and
oh yeah,
from PS Art Books with all the original ads and everything. Let me look that up here.
yeah, this is
In fact, I think I have it upstairs. I must have that.
How long have you had yours, Hans?
I think about 10 years. A lot of this stuff has gone up incredibly high in the last 5 years. It's just ridiculous, man. I couldn't believe I have one book that I'm going to show on Saturday night. I don't want to say what it is, but I paid for that book in I haven't had it on the back of it. I think it was 2001. I paid $43 for it in 2001. And I was looking it up recently because I haven't looked at it for a couple of years, and I'm looking it up a few days ago, and I was like shocked. And I told my wife, I said, you know that this book is worth about $18,000?
Wow.
I paid $43 for the book in 2001, and I'll show it Saturday night. But I thought maybe it was a mistake. And they had one copy on eBay, the guy was trying to get 25,000. Was listed for 25,000.
That's incredible. That's awesome. That's a good feeling.
Well, yeah, but I mean, it's kind of crazy that nobody's going to be able to afford these books.
Yeah, I know. It is crazy.
I mean, 18, and I looked for sold copies on eBay. It was 15,000 in a lesser grade than what I have. So if I got mine graded, I'd probably get, put it up at Heritage Auctions or something, get 18,000 for sure. It's just it was mind-boggling to me, that, and mine's in the, I would say about a 6.0, and these other ones were like 5.0, 4.5.
That's incredible.
Wow.
It's pretty. I mean, my jaw dropped. I had to look twice. I said, well, that got to be a mistake.
Yeah, it is. It's insane how some of the stuff goes up. My wife I was at a rock and roll convention back in 2002 or 3, and I bought a book that has. It was a book that she talked me into buying because I didn't want to pay $700 for a book. That was a lot of money. Yeah. But I'm a big Pink Floyd fan, and this particular book actually was signed by Syd Barrett, who was a member of Pink Floyd the very early days, and then he's the guy that went crazy and was kicked out of the band, and then they wrote several of their songs like Shine On You Crazy Diamond, all that kind of stuff, Wish You Were Here. It all references Syd Barrett. And Syd Barrett was a guy, after he went crazy, did no public appearances, signed no autographs, just went into complete hiding. He lived with his mother, actually. And so anyway, make a long story short, that book that I bought for $700, the last time I was able to find it on Abe Books, it was going, and this, of course, he's died since also, it was going for about $7,400.
Wow,
that's a big increase, but
man,
not a story like yours though. Wow.
What's the story behind your butcher cover? Where did you find that?
I ended up getting that in California back when I was a kid.
Oh.
And yeah, I was visiting relatives. I had an aunt and uncle that lived in San Jose, California, and we went out there in 1977, and I happened to find it in a old record store where they didn't even speak English, and my grandfather was with me, and he was able to converse with them. So when I saw that album, I knew it was collectible. I knew it was, quite rare. Mine's not in.
Was it already?
Pardon?
Was it already peeled off? Was it already
Yes.
peeled?
Yes, it was.
Oh.
And so somebody had gone in there, obviously sold it. They had it for sale, and it was. And at the time, you could kind of tell they knew it was somewhat rare, and it wasn't in that good of condition. I ended up paying, which was a lot for me as a kid, $45 for it. But the album was probably then worth about $200.
Mm-hmm.
So I got a really good deal on it.
Yeah, I've been trying to get a copy of that, but I can't pay like $600, $700, $800, depending on the condition. And it's probably more than that now. I mean, in high grade.
It's just,
they go for a lot.
It boggles the mind, the thinking behind releasing that. Were they trying to say that their records have been butchered by the U.S. Capitol? Is that what they were trying to, or is it something about the Vietnam War? What were they possibly thinking?
So at the time, a lot of people kind of thought that, because they were very upset with the way the way Capitol was taking their albums, and of course cutting them up and saying we're going to only release this many songs so we can release more albums. And of course, you guys all know that the American releases are very different from the British releases until you get finally up to Sgt. Pepper, and then it's all consistent. But prior to that, you've got Rubber Soul and Revolver and all the rest of them, and they're completely different songs on it from the British. The British had the complete set, The Americans, they chopped some off and they released stuff like Yesterday and Today. So people thought that was a direct statement saying you guys are butchering our albums. They were not happy about it, but it was actually the brain fart of the photographer who it wasn't Robert Freeman. It was another photographer who did a lot of work with them. And at that time, he was really into Salvador Dali, and he wanted to do something very strange and weird. And they even thought it was weird. They thought, wow, this is pretty weird, but okay, we'll go with it.
My Wi-Fi went out.
Can you hear me now?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
Yep.
Dr. Fibes is talking, but I can't hear him.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear everybody.
Oh, okay. I don't know what's going on. My Wi-Fi is going crazy here.
I got some of the original 45s of the Beatles. I think the first 45 that came out of Canada first, I think on Tally Records, VJ.
What we're talking about, for those of you that don't know,
the
Beatles posed with cut up baby dolls and a bunch of raw meat, and and thought they were going to sell that to 11, 12-year-old girls. It's complete insanity.
Yeah, really.
Oh, while I'm on full screen, I just saw that I think I don't have, this is like a slip cover, but you can get the thing reprinted with the slip cover, and it's from Amazon, but it's pretty pricey, but not compared to buying all the individual issues. But it's $130 for that.
So, Grouchy, can you hear me?
I can now. Yeah, I'm sorry. Something happened with my Wi-Fi. It was all spinning.
So that box set that you were just showing, that's 130. Yeah. Does that include all the issues of the thing?
Yeah, it's 2 books with a slip cover. It includes all the issues. Yeah, I just went to Amazon and typed it.
Hey, Fibes.
Thing.
Yes, sir.
I would think.
What came
There's not
first?
Many people that like that stuff.
That Butcher cover or the Stones record Goat's Head Soup?
The Butcher cover.
So do you think that had any? I mean, Goat's Head Soup was pretty disgusting, right? I mean,
yeah. You know, and the Stones always, emulated the Beatles, and they were friends. There was not the rivalry that a lot of people try to say, that they were any jealousy or anything. They were all buddies. They all hung out. But yeah, and the same thing with Her Majesty's Satanic Service. That album, when that came out, that of course was copying Sgt. Pepper totally. And in fact, they even put, if you look at the album cover, there's little buttons in that kind of crazy collage that they're sitting there, and it's the Beatles. It's their faces. And in fact, they were together when several of the Rolling Stones were in the studio while they were recording Sgt. Pepper, and vice versa.
I've heard that their reputations were completely the opposite, that the Rolling Stones were perfect gentlemen and the Beatles were really rough guys. It's the opposite, the way that everyone thinks the two bands are.
I've never heard that.
I've heard it from someone that knew them. I mean, not personally. I've heard it on TV.
Yeah, I've never read that.
Forget who it was.
I don't know.
They said that was maybe it was some journalist that met both bands, and just as far as how they came across,
I was surprised to read in Keith Richards' book that he and Mick were never really that close. A lot of people kind of look, because the Beatles were very close, all of them. They were all very close to each other. They looked at each other like brothers. And I kind of got that same vibe with Keith Richards and Mick Jagger, and that was not the case. Keith Richards says that Mick Jagger is really just kind of a guy that wants to be left alone. He's not a team player. It's a business. They do the music is a business, and he's not a guy that you have over for Christmas.
Huh.
So I thought that was kind of surprising.
How is this new record that came out recently?
Of the Stones?
Yeah.
I liked it. I was surprised that I liked it because I really don't care for their later material. I've to me, their stuff has been very disappointing for many years. In fact, I
Yeah.
used to even kind of think it's, they probably should have broken up like the Beatles did just to kind of save their name. But this last album, I really liked it. I was shocked.
Okay, so apparently Lemmy from Motorhead confirmed this in his book. The Beatles were from the street, and the Stones were upper middle class. That's what the other guy said. I
Well,
don't
that
think I
part
heard
is
it from
true.
Lemmy.
That's
Um, I've got some information from Lemmy because my friend Tom was friends with Lemmy and would hang out with him every New Year's Eve at his house, and um, that may be part of his downfall. But
Yeah, the Beatles
um,
were close until about 1970.
the what now?
Beatles were maybe close until about 1970. It was their relationships were kind of
Oh,
disintegrating.
yeah,
Around
yeah.
1969, it was.
Yeah, absolutely. And then, of course, they kind of rekindled it a bit, contrary to a lot of people's beliefs. But yeah, that started changing by 76. But yeah, you're right. 1970, you had lawsuits going on, and it was it was crazy at that time.
I saw an interview with George Harrison. He was talking about a session that he was doing with Paul McCartney, and he was saying how awful it was, just awful. He said he thought he was going to throw up, and Paul McCartney was telling him, "I'm not going to tell you again. I want it like this. I'm not going to tell you again." And George Harrison saying, "Well, tell me what you want me to play, and I'll play it. I ain't going to tell you again." And he said, "It was just awful." Harrison,
well,
said,
he's probably referring to in fact, that's even in the film Let It Be, the original release of Let It Be. There's the line where he does say that, and you can see them arguing. And
but a lot of that was going on at that time period, and it was kind of inevitable that they'd break up.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they were all growing apart at that time and going in different directions, and they all kind of wanted to lead their separate lives. They were all living so close to each other that it just was a time where you eventually grow up and you want to spend more time with your family than the boys, and it was getting to that point. John was in a whole weird scene, and obviously
he was he didn't care much about his first wife and his kid,
right
he was an awful father in that sense for
yes,
older son.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, in fact, Julian talks quite openly about it.
Yeah.
Okay, I finally found it. It took me forever.
What's that? Oh, the thing?
Awesome.
I thought maybe I was going crazy. I'm like, no, I got to find it.
Okay, hold on. I made a mistake here. Hold on. Solo layout. Okay.
Nice.
You gonna show that tomorrow on Saturday?
It says 90 cents right over here.
Well, I could put that on mine too. I can put 90 cents in the bank. Put that.
Well, so if it's a reference, it's not for competition. 9/21. I bought it in September of 21.
Yeah.
I didn't know anything. Still, this book doesn't excite me as much as it excites a lot of people. I guess I don't understand.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
But the
that's my thing. That's what I'm into. I'm into the horror more than probably anything.
Who does this cover?
I don't know either. Usually I write things down like this, but it's
weird. Yeah.
From the year I was born, though. I know it's 1952.
Yeah. It's so hard to look at it because it's all brown. I've never really looked at the detail. Now it's a killer book.
It's great.
So this is an $800 book?
In a higher grade, yeah.
What grade? Like 6.0?
No, 7.0, I think. It's with
this is probably 3.35.
It's worth a lot more than you paid, that's for sure.
This might be an 8. Mine might be an 8.0, 8.5. I don't know.
What about this book here?
That's great.
Oh yeah, that's the one I've been trying to get too.
Yeah, I remember you showing that one.
That looks
I
like the
love it.
logo for the Dwarves. You know the band the Dwarves?
Yeah, from New Zealand,
It's up, I think,
right?
yeah. Are they from New Zealand? I thought they
Yeah.
were American. I may be
Uh,
wrong.
if it's the same ones that I'm thinking of, and it's the one guy that he actually left the Dwarves and did solo stuff, and he had a stroke not too long ago.
Oh yeah.
Well, I say not too long ago. Gosh, it's been over 20 years that he had a stroke, I think.
Talking about bands in the studio, you guys have all heard the Trogs tapes, right?
Yeah, I've heard of the truck.
No, I mean the Trogs tapes.
No, I
Do you
have
know?
not. Ratu.
It's the Trogs in the studio trying to make a hit, and let's see if I've got
A
it
date
here
with
pulled
joy.
up on. Let's
A
see if I can
date
get
with
this.
joy. A date with Judy. So was it all a bunch of different girls' names each issue?
I don't know. I haven't read it yet. Pre-code Binky.
Listen for a
Pre-code.
second to this.
Pre-code.
Trogs had a few big hits.
Yeah, it's really hilarious if you listen to it because they say the F word probably 1,000 times during their argument.
So this was the
But
Trogs in the six. What do you know what year it was? This argument, like
uh,
68,
it's
69.
probably, well, yeah, after their hits, they're trying to come.
He's got all my books, the same books I got.
I saw you show that Kissing Booth cover. I was about to show mine. Was that you that showed it today?
No.
What are you guys going to do if there's a draw? What if there's a tie?
Oh, I don't know.
We haven't got that far.
Could be a tie.
Then it's no mark whatsoever. This is 1940, April. Eat it up, boys. Eat it up, nerds.
I think it'll be fun, you guys doing this Saturday.
Booyah. Joe Musel cover.
Even though there's no competition between the two of you, you guys need to ham it up like there is. You need to play it up.
I don't know, man.
Oh, it'd be fun. It'd be fun. Nobody will.
Yeah, maybe to joke around or something. I don't know.
Yeah, joke around.
You need that pretty girl behind you massaging you. Get in there. Give it your all.
Yeah, the one back there.
Yeah. Play it up. Like you guys really going to a boxing match.
Wilbur.
Do your curly.
Library 88 says the cover of that thing is by Bob Forgione.
Bob Forgione.
That's what I was going to say.
Okay.
That's right. That's what I was going to say too. I knew it was by.
Do you guys like Matt Baker? I found this for $30 on eBay.
I laugh because that's all people on YouTube talk about is
this
Matt
book.
Baker.
This book is skyrocketing any issue.
Is that
because people can't afford
the cover?
The good stuff.
Mac Baker cover.
On the cover, yeah.
Interiors Jim Mooney.
All the people that can't afford the Phantom Lady have to resort to getting those books. Not that it's bad, but
$37.50 with shipping and tax. It's probably $400 book right now.
Yeah, he's a great artist. It's just
it's just fun when you find them so cheap.
Yeah.
How about that one? I might show this one on Saturday. That's her dad.
Oh,
it's actually a swimsuit, but it looks more like underwear.
Sure does.
Sure does.
That's an Al Feldstein cover.
That was a radio series.
This is the hardest issue to get.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pissed.
Because it's the last issue.
He's not letting her go outside looking like that.
What do you think I paid for that?
I don't know what you paid for it. I don't care.
Just take
Knowing you, 30 cents.
No.
Yeah, maybe a quarter, 50 cents.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Wow, he
And
found
that
it in the dollar bin, right?
and it's worth
100
400.
123 with shipping and tax. I figure it's like a $300 book.
It's a nice book. Buzzy.
I got that.
Buzzy.
Too. I have that.
Binky and Buzzy.
That's what my wife calls me, Binky.
And you call her Buzzy?
I don't.
After a few drinks.
I call
Fuzzy.
her other things after a few drinks.
Fuzzy Wuzzy.
So the show is on Saturday at what time?
7
Eastern time.
Eastern.
6
So 6
p.m.
o'clock
Central Time.
Okay, all right.
Yeah,
7.
4 p.m. Dingleberry time for all those people that still live in California.
Oh well, you could say the same thing about Chicago.
Yes, absolutely. I'm just joking about when I do that, you know.
Yeah, but
yeah,
what's the
Chicago was an
status of
absolute.
your move?
Chicago's a shithole. Excuse the language.
No, that's
It's
all
a
right.
shithole.
What's the status of your move?
Well, we're going to tri-state area by just west of Dubuque in June next month and look around.
You guys haven't
Okay.
decided yet.
Pardon me?
You haven't decided yet then.
Well, Florida's out. Florida's
Why
out.
is that out? Too
Well,
expensive?
because it's just we're thinking about the heat.
Hot and muggy.
Yeah, it's
Oh, yeah.
getting. I'm getting to be pretty
That's a cool cover.
intolerant of the heat and humidity lately. So
Okay, all right.
But and the tri-state area, she likes that
That's
because
nice.
she'll be close to Wisconsin and was not that far from Chicago. And she has a sister that lives in Madison.
So did
And
you use up on the north east part of Iowa?
Northwest, kind of.
Northwest. Okay.
Yeah. Just on by the Mississippi.
Okay.
I found this one for $10 at the same flea
Didn't
market.
you just show that?
Yeah.
No, Hans did.
That's the one you asked Groucho if she had midget
I
legs.
showed it, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like maybe I'm seeing it wrong. No, maybe not. It's just her boots.
Yeah, she got a cute butt.
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
she looks in proportion. That looks correct.
Yeah, I see it now. Yeah,
Hey,
I couldn't tell before.
Hey, Hans, she's winking at you.
I'm too old for that stuff.
If we get a little salute there, huh?
I got that book too. Oh, but I don't have 2 copies of it. You try to do corner the market?
What did I paid 52 for that one? I don't know what I paid for this.
52 cents, right?
Yeah.
$52.
That Annie Oakley, Library 88 says, love that Annie Oakley. That was impressive, I have to say.
Yeah.
That's a great cover, too.
Oh, it's got a photo cover in there.
Yeah. Flaming Western romances.
LB Cole, man. LB Cole. He's no Matt Baker, but he's an LB Cole.
Oh, he's good. LB Cole is great.
LB Cole is just as good. It's just a different artist. I mean,
Saddle Justice. Look at
the
that.
real stories from official records.
Man, talk about headlights, man.
I paid $56 for it. Shipping tax.
Very good.
It's a beautiful cover, yeah.
Who is that? That's Graham Ingalls. Last issue.
Ghastly? Oh, Ghastly?
Oh, Grammy boy.
Oh, Ghastly.
Oh, my. Gunslinging Galoots. Galoots.
That's the name of my Japanese girlfriend. Oh, my.
Galoot? Oh.
You're showing all the books you're going to show on Saturday.
No, this is just some stuff here from here and there.
Yeah.
Random box.
You have all the stuff already picked out?
No, I don't. That's for tomorrow. For tomorrow, I've been off. I hurt my back, so I think I just gave one of those away in a live stream, or maybe it was a different First Love.
There's a recent acquisition.
Go to the captain.
Okay. Holding up comics is one of the worst things you can do with a bad back. You know. I guess we're down to 4 people, unless I just accidentally knocked someone off. Let's see. Sorry. There we go.
Maybe Meyer. Meyer was here.
I hope I didn't knock
Nice.
Meyer off. He may have dropped off.
He might have.
That's a nice copy. That was an
That's
online
cool.
purchase.
Yes, but look, it's missing a corner piece down there.
Oh yeah, but still, I bet you the price was right.
That's bad.
You gonna share with us what you paid?
I can't. I don't remember what I paid for this, but I don't know.
Over 100.
It's 2.5. I got it from my comic shop.
You probably got a good deal then.
I'm probably sure it was around $100. I don't know.
You ever see those early A1 issues that have Tina, Teena? I think I just showed you that. I just got a copy. They had one on there.
Tina?
30. Yeah. Like a Archiest kind of character from Magazine Enterprises.
I don't think so. Maybe I did. I don't know. The name is kind of familiar, but I can't recall it.
Hans, when did you buy your first Golden Age comic?
When?
Yeah.
Oh, probably around 1972.
Okay.
First Golden Age books around 1972. I started buying from some of the first shops a lot of Golden Age stuff. Comic Kingdom, Joe Zarno and Larry Sherritt, his Larry's Comics. And I'm still in contact. Huh?
Prior to 72, you didn't have comic stores. Where were you getting comics?
Oh, I was going to. There were stores. There was a place called the Acme on Clark Street in Chicago. I used to take a bus down there, and there was like a block with rows of used magazines and bookstores, and they had movie posters there. One place in particular was called the Acme. Picked up a lot of comics there, but mostly movie stuff was what I was getting there. And then I did get some comics there. Probably my first Golden Age was there. Might have been, I think it was probably a Doll Man or Feature Comics maybe.
Okay.
And but that's where I used to go. And then Larry opened up his store, I think in 73. And that's when I met him. I started hanging around there. I'm still associating with Larry. We're still friends. I go to his house and stuff. He's got stacks of stuff from his store piled up to here, magazines and comics.
Oh, wow. Are you still selling it?
Yeah, he sells online as Sci-Fi Spy. Sci-Fi Spy? I think it's what it's called.
What's the oldest Chicago store that's still in operation?
I can't. Probably Chicago Comics.
Okay.
But yeah, Joe Zarno, and there was kind of a little bit of a competition as to who opened up the first store. Joe Zarno or Larry Sherritt, but they both were involved in Chicago Comic Con. So
Sigmund's wanting to know what's the oldest Golden Age book you guys own.
The oldest Golden Age book?
Oh man, 34. I think.
When is the Golden Age considered starting?
Isn't it 38?
Yeah, 1937 or something. Late 30s.
I think I know where one is.
I have no idea, to be honest with you. I got
So
some.
prior to that, it's called the Platinum Age, right? That's what people have decided
Yeah,
it's called.
The 20s, yeah.
that's what I go by.
Um,
Hey, Gratcha.
Oh,
yeah.
I would
Just
say the
to
30s is still golden age.
this is
33.
from
go.
1939.
What were you saying, Dr. Fibes?
Just to kind of recap on the you were asking about the Dwarves, and you were right.
Right.
The Dwarves were an American punk band. I was
Right.
thinking of, I got it confused with the Tall Dwarves, which was from New Zealand. So
Oh,
they were a New
okay.
Zealand band, and yeah, the guy that had the stroke was Chris Knox. He had a solo career too. But anyway,
Okay. Yeah, I don't know that band. Are they pretty good?
I like them, but they're
Oh,
very different. They're not really a punk band. They were just kind of more of a strange indie band.
yeah.
Oh, it's missing that cover.
Oh,
So we got
okay.
to add. So we just got. It's an illusion.
What year is it? 39?
39. February 39. I got it for 26. Shipping and handling, $9.99.
Very good.
Shipping and handling. Oh, I have one right here. This is a Gerber 8. I think these are both Gerber 8s. The large feature book. This is from 1938, April. So you can see.
Yeah, I like the comics, the Blondie comics, the TV. I mean the movies that they did with them. I didn't think they were too great.
This is
Well,
1938.
I thought Penny Singleton was great, but the guy that
Yeah,
played,
Oh,
but
he
yeah, she was
was.
good. She was good. The guy was
Dagwood,
kind of too whiny for me.
yeah, he wasn't the way I would have thought Dagwood would act. He was a little strange.
So those are 38 and 30. What did I say this one was? 38 and 38. So I paid 22 for this one and 20 for this one.
Nice.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna go to me for a second. That cover you showed made me think of this is a little inappropriate, but this is the logo for the band The Dwarves. That's what that
Oh,
reminded
yeah.
me of, except it's a little, phallic.
That's my logo that I use on my t-shirts.
This one? Oh,
Yeah,
my.
That's what I have on my T-shirts.
I do.
With they're not bones behind them. I mean, you see, I don't know if you can see that. I
They're
don't
bones,
think
all
you use
right.
that.
They're boners.
That's right.
Oh, okay, all right. I don't think you would put that on your T-shirt.
No, not that. But skull and crossbones is what I meant.
Yeah.
Remember the back in the day
I've
where we
never
used
heard
to
of
put.
these guys that you're talking about. This band.
The Dwarves are good. They're great. Trust me.
What is their music style? What is it?
Punk.
Oh, it's punk.
It's punk, but trust me, if I say it's good, it's good.
I'll check them out. I'll check them out on YouTube.
Check out the Dickies. If you like the Cramps, check out Tav Falco's Panther Burns.
You're not even moving your lips.
It's my Wi-Fi. Maybe I should go upstairs.
I got a 45 from the 1950s, and the name of the band was Dickie Do and the Don'ts. I'm serious. It's Dickie Do and the Don'ts.
Oh, that's great.
I got to pull that out on Swan. I think it's was on the Swan label. I got to pull it out.
Dickie doing the don'ts.
Did you listen to Dr. Demento back in the day?
Me? No, I didn't.
I listened to some of it. Yes,
that was a fun show.
It was.
Well, I'm probably gonna tap out myself now.
All right. Well, we'll see you what at 6:30
Uh,
Saturday.
6:30. I gotta be
Yeah.
there at 6. My time is 6. We'll be 6. Your
I'm
time
gonna
is
go.
7.
I'll be on early. I was thinking of going on 15 minutes early so we can introduce everybody, and that way we could just start right at 7.
All right. Well, I can probably be there about 5:30 or whatever.
Okay.
I'll call you anyway. I'll talk to you before that.
Sounds good.
All right, I'm looking forward to you guys duking it out.
I don't want to do that. You know, it's not competition. But I don't know.
It's for
It's so
fun,
weird.
man.
I don't know. I
Yeah.
feel kind of weird doing it. You know,
It's gonna be fun.
he talked me into it. So
I want you to beat me. I want to be blown away.
I
I
don't.
want to be blown away
I think it's gonna be fun.
with your cool books, man.
Yeah, it's just about fun.
That severed
that's
head
all
in the
it is.
bell. That severed head in the bell is going to win any round when you pull it.
Oh, you're right. You're right. Yeah.
Severed head in the bell. There's blood all over that cover and everything.
We just want to see it.
Yeah. I got some graded stuff too, so
Bring your slabs. I don't care. I'll go up with anything.
Don't pull any punches. Bring out your best stuff.
Are you guys gonna smash slabs?
No,
I
I'll
don't
save that
know.
for-
Man.
I'll
I'm
save
thinking
that
about
for-
I'm thinking about smashing a slab one maybe, but I don't know if I'll have time on the show to do it. I don't know.
I might do it next week. I'm going to a comic show on Saturday with my grandson.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens.
Oh, I'm going to one in a few weeks with Leo from Time Travel. We're going to that local mini con, the Baylacon. See what's up over there.
I want to see what dollar books you get.
Yeah, that's all I'm going to be hunting for is $1, $2 books. That's it. All right. So take it easy, guys. I'll see you Saturday.
Have a good night.
All right, take care.
Bye.
Oh, yeah.
So, Night Tiger, we're on the same time zone, right? You're Eastern.
Yep. As far east as you can get. Almost.
Yeah, I didn't know you were in Florida.
It's been like purgatory. Can't get out.
So have you been in Florida your whole life?
Since I was 17.
Oh, okay. Prior to Florida, where'd you live? What?
I was in Wisconsin.
Oh,
my dad got leukemia.
I know you. Yeah, it's horrible.
And my mom her family has schizophrenia, and she killed herself. And so my dad moved us he moved everybody in 2 months except me. I stayed longer. He had plans for me to stay, and I had set up work already in my senior year in a graphics plant. And then, I thought, I can't live without being there when my dad passes away. So went to Ocala and never could get out.
So you've been there the rest of your life. Yeah.
Yep. 38 years. I just went back to Wisconsin like 2 years ago.
Was that the first time you had been back since?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. That had to be a pretty heavy trip.
I have relatives that are Chippewa, and they live on the reservation. And I used to go there almost every year, twice a year. So I went and seen them for the first time, too. I hadn't seen them since they flew down. One day they had a deal with some guy from Fort Lauderdale to put in a racetrack on the reservation. So he flew them in his jet down to Florida. And they drove over to see me on my birthday. It was really cool. My grandma and uncles and stuff. But they're all purebred Chippewa. So they were there to get wined and dined so they could make this deal go through. But they did put a casino up there, which kind of raised a little bit of the class of living up there for it. So that's good. So I've been back since the casino's been built. When I was there, it was like deep woods everywhere. And then a few little houses or a little community and then deep woods.
So was this the family on your mom's side?
No, my dad.
Okay, your dad's side.
Dad's dad married a Chippewa woman. She was actually the daughter of the chief and his wife. So it's really cool. It was a real cool experience as a kid. My grandma's house had no toilet. You had to go to the outhouse even in the middle of the night if you had to pee. You had the pump, the water pump,
Mm-hmm.
and then my uncle or my grandfather was the chief. I already passed away when I was little, like 3, 4. So I never knew him, but he invented the rice boat. So they have rice, wild rice that grows up out of the lakes. And it's like a canoe with a flat bottom, and you got these long sticks. And as you go by the stalks, you push them over and you whack them, and they all falls in the boat. And you go around the whole lake collecting all the wild rice. Thought it was cool.
Have you taken your kids there
Nope.
to see all of this? No.
Nope, can't afford it. They got families, you know.
Yeah.
They need to take grandpa on trips now.
Yeah.
Now I'm going to pick up my grandson probably Friday night. He'll spend the night. We're going to hit a comic show,
That'll be fun.
hang out. My wife's going to New York for the weekend. Her sister's got to help her find an apartment. She's got a voucher from the state because she's on disability.
The sister?
Yeah, so they're going to look around somewhere around Brooklyn for an apartment.
Is that where she's from?
Brooklyn, Bronx. No, they're Dominican,
Okay.
but they came over back in like late 70s, early 80s. And then it's her birthday, so I told her I didn't want them going out in the city to celebrate, so they're going up to Poughkeepsie at my other sister-in-law's house to have the birthday. I'm like, no, I don't want you going out in the city to do anything.
Yeah, it's unfortunately
Not at night.
a place. Not anymore. They've ruined New York City.
No, my wife's Dominican, so we got land over there. I could retire right now and be over there, but I got 8 grandkids over here.
Yeah. Yeah, you got ties here.
My son just bought his new house, so he's the last one to buy a house, and I was happy for that because you know how it is if you have kids. You want them to know they're okay. So, if they have a house, at least they're in control of their destiny,
Yeah, absolutely.
Because he was having trouble with his landlord when he was leasing property. I know how much stressful that can be.
Yeah.
But it's pretty nice down here. It's like it hasn't got quite as hot as normal yet. It's creeping in a lot less slower than it normally does, and so it's not real humidity. I'm enjoying it. It's been like a nice, cool spring. Sit
Nice.
outside, read the comic books with the cats.
What part of Florida got that bad weather that affected Horror Mike last weekend?
That was, I think, if you're thinking maybe it's like South Alabama, North Florida. Because I went on the way home, I went up to the Loves where I normally go, and they had struck by lightning, and none of the pumps were working. And then when I got into Florida, I went to another Loves, and they said, "Oh, you're lucky. We got them back online because they were hit with a tornado or something."
Have you seen the book that Horror Mike just put out?
Mm-mm.
Let me see if I can't find it.
So Horror Mike is in Florida as well.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this corridor seems like they've cleaned it up probably 3 times now in a year. I-10, tornadoes and heavy winds. After they get it cleaned up, probably 2 more months, and then another storm comes through. It's like that same area.
Now, are you close to the ocean where you got to worry about hurricanes?
No, they go all around us. I'm like an hour each way from the Gulf and from the Atlantic.
Okay, good.
But they never hit over here. They like go around. They always veer off before they get to this point. I think once in 85 years we had a major hurricane hit here. I get up on the roof when we get the high winds, sit out there, and my wife's like, "Get in here. You're crazy." I'm like, "Come on, it feels great." I've always been, as from a kid, I always like to climb on the roofs. Sit up there and, you feel like you're above the world.
Oh, yeah.
We used to have in Wisconsin when I was a kid, it had like the chimney. Okay. Oh, wow.
I think what he's done is over the years, when the Heritage puts out their catalogs or puts out online their auction, they
Yes.
have real high res scans of art that's for sale, and he must have been saving it, and he's put together this book. So it's filled with the original art, plus the published version, and
Oh wow.
so he
How
has
much does that
entire
sell for?
stories that I'm pretty sure are just right from Heritage or whatever auction house.
How much is that?
Uh, you can get it from Kevin at Gotham City Comics. What is the price on it? He's also selling it himself, and this one has a signature. It says 15 of 100. I think he's printing them in very small numbers, but it's all original artwork.
Yeah, how much would
And
that cost me though? Just like ballpark.
I think it was. I don't think it's more than $20, as I recall. Or this is a inexpensive book. It's probably a print on demand thing. I don't know how he published it. It may be. I just. I think he's just saved these images over the years. It's got to be what he's done. Maybe it tells in the beginning here.
Yeah, they're a good company, Heritage. I've bought several posters from them.
I've never seen this book. Have you ever seen that? Haunted? Do ghosts exist? It's the original art for Black Cat.
Nice. Hollywood's darling.
It's and some of them it shows the preliminary drawings, sketches for and this famous one. Well, like here, you got the original preliminary sketch, and then this is the original sketch, and then this, and the different stages he went through, and then the original actual art that was turned into that cover. It's pretty fascinating. It's got you can tell it's original art. It says the title of the comic at the top and all that. So I would recommend this book, and you can call Kevin at Gotham City Comics.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to contact Kevin.
Yeah, I showed this before. I was hoping everybody would immediately get it from him, but you can get it directly from Horror Mike, whatever. But anyway, that's
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
It is. It's very cool. I love it.
We loves it. Well, what time we got? I'm gonna probably have to get off here.
it's 10:12 my time. It's probably 11:12 your time.
Yep, 11:12 our time.
Yeah, that's pretty late. Yeah, I might go for another 45 minutes, but you guys don't have to stick around. I can just go in the other room. I'm just trying to keep myself awake until my wife is off her shift. So,
all right. Well, appreciate it. It was fun hanging out.
I'll be there in the audience watching your competition.
See you Saturday. Yep.
Yeah, we'll see you Saturday.
All right. Take care.
All right.
Cool.
Let's see.
I think Meyer's still watching us. He said he had to take a phone call.
Yeah. He's probably sticking around because it's much earlier for him. You got to realize he's a couple
3 hours difference. Yeah.
If it's 10:12, it's just a little bit after 8 o'clock for him. Okay. I'm real nervous about this new phone because it's not in a case yet. And so it's if I drop it on this hardwood floor here, it'd be real great to get the screen cracked on the first or second day I've had the phone.
Yeah, you got to get yourself a case. You gonna
Yeah,
get
it's
one
on the
like?
way.
Oh,
Cleo
okay.
thought it would show up today, but it didn't. Do you have many issues of this book, Castle of Frankenstein?
I do not. I only have one.
I highly
I
recommend
love
you.
that.
I recommend you get every issue of it.
Yeah,
Uh,
it's a great magazine. I
yeah,
love it.
really well done. And do you know Michael Weldon's Psychotronic Encyclopedia from the 80s?
No, I don't think so.
And then he put out a magazine called Psychotronic there for a while. He put out a big book called the Psychotronic Encyclopedia of Film. I wish I knew where my copy of it was. He put out 2 books like that, and very well written reviews of horror movies and exploitation movies. And um,
Is it kind of like the those research books? Do you know which ones I'm talking
oh
about?
yes, the research books. There was one, or maybe 2 volumes called "Incredibly Strange Films." That's the
Yes, I
same
have
time
them.
period. That's really good. But the Psychotronic Encyclopedia of Film is great. And anyway, he based his little capsule reviews of monster movies on the way that in the back of Castle of Frankenstein they would have reviews of movies. And of course, back then in the 60s and 70s, the only hope to see those movies was on television. And then you'd have the little
Right.
reviews in the back of Castle of Frankenstein, so you knew what this movie was like, that you might have to sneak in and stay up till 3 in the morning to see. Here's a good Captain Midnight cover.
That's a great one. I love that.
Um, I don't know if I see if it's showing it well.
That is great.
I got this rack here. Whoa, from a local car dealership. They were selling it on Facebook
That looks
Marketplace
fantastic. Yeah,
because
it
they
looks
don't.
fantastic.
Well, they don't. Wish I could get more light in here. They don't sell. They don't have brochures for new cars anymore at at dealerships because they expect everyone to go online to look at that stuff. So they were getting rid of. Come on, they were getting rid of. All it is. Getting rid of the. So I thought, well, I could put books in that, and then this was another thing I got from them.
Yeah, that's inspired me to look at magazine racks. I need to get a nice looking magazine rack, fill it with cool stuff like that.
Yeah.
I see Meyer is watching us. He says, yes, still watching, heating up frozen enchiladas.
Oh man, that's making me hungry.
It does sound good.
Oh boy. There's only one Mexican restaurant here, and it's pretty good, but I miss some places back in Texas.
Yeah, you have some incredible food there in Texas.
Yeah.
Good barbecue, good Mexican food.
Um, oh, here's some of the books that Night Tiger sent me. He sent me this Colt 45 book, which inspired me to want to see the TV show, but it's apparently not really easily watched. This is from 1961. I guess this is Night Tiger's handwriting, or maybe someone that he bought it from. It says creases, ticks, spine wear, spine roll, stain on back, and dirt. That sounds like a description of myself. Um, Sent me this Charlton Phantom.
Oh, that's nice.
And The strange suspense stories from Charlton.
Wow.
And the real reason he threw those in, the real reason he was sending me this, because he heard my story about this character Tilly the Toiler is what my
Yes,
mom would
I heard your
constantly be
story
drawing.
too.
And I have all the pictures I could find. I have them saved downstairs. I'll pull those out sometime when I find them.
He's a pretty generous guy, that night
Oh
tiger.
yeah. Um,
His name is Mike, right?
uh-huh.
Okay.
One time I accidentally called him Steve. And the thing is, so many people, the people that we know in the comic book group are named Steve or Mike. And it's weird because my two older brothers' names are Steve and Mike. And so I get confused. But like Charlton 66, his name is Steve. And so you get the collectors' names mixed up.
Now, Spinner Rack, is his name Dave? What is
Yeah.
it is? Okay.
Yeah. And just confidentially, Meyer's real name is Dave too. But we
Yes.
all have these confidential, no one
Yes.
names, you know. Charlton sent me this. It's like I guess it's the Mystery Science Theater of comics. It's they reprint old Golden Age comics and change the words in the balloons.
Oh, that's clever.
It's like what's uh, what's up, Tiger Lily or something. You know, they read those things.
Yeah, that's clever.
So,
SCTV used to do that as well with some of the old TV shows. I remember.
Yeah,
them doing it with a Zorro episode.
Yeah, and Firesign Theater did it with old movie serials, and I think they called it G-Men Forever. Sometimes it's funny, and sometimes that the dubbing is not as funny. But
Yeah,
we
hit
did
and
some
miss.
stuff in college on VHS that was so funny that it could never be shown on YouTube, and it could never be shown almost anywhere. But we dubbed Sesame Street, we dubbed the Brady Bunch. It was just on VHS. I had a recorder that would wipe the sound or let you put sound on top of the sound that was there. So you could dub in sound effects or music in the background. It was a lot of fun there for a while when we were in college. And making Cookie Monster and Bert and Ernie say horrible things. But let's see. I've got this ridiculous. This once was a nice tripod that Captain Strangelove sent me, but now it's barely held together with duct tape, and it's very precarious. Um, I don't really like showing books when there's people that have such amazing stuff. I'd rather just see theirs. I'll show some. Here's some romance stuff from Marvel.
Late 60s, early 70s.
This is
early 70s.
I would say, yeah, this is probably around 1970. It's already 15. It could be, 15 cents. It could be 69.
Yeah.
This is, 20 cents, so it's early 70s. You could still, I mean, people say the romance comics are selling for astronomical amounts, but if these wind up in most comic stores, they don't know that. They're probably gonna chunk this in the garbage and think they can't sell it. And then they'll be completely confused when you're excited about it and want to buy it from them. That's
Why do you think that those in particular are selling for so much? I mean, that just seems odd to me that romance comics would be a hot item.
Well, the artwork is beautiful, and it's the same artist from the
okay.
Like here, this is if you look at this art, you could just think, oh, that's a Spider-Man cover. It's John Romita art, but
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, it's that could just as easily be Mary Jane Watson and Nick Leeds, whatever. But it's a romance. It's yeah, I don't know. It's just beautiful artwork, and but it was stuff that was never saved. Girls didn't save comics like guys did, and for the most part, this is a nice one.
So they tend to be pretty rare, correct?
I would think so. You just don't see them anywhere, so I guess that would be the definition of rare. I mean, I've never seen them, except those are the only ones I've ever seen that I bought. And this is going up in value, or at least it was in Dallas at Duncanville Books. Ones that are in better shape than this. This is Chili. It's from Marvel. It's obviously an Archie imitation, but it's an exact Archie imitation, right
Yeah.
down to being the same artist, working on them. So, and the thing that's fun about Archie from the 50s and 60s and 70s is looking at the fashion. To me,
That's why my wife loved Archie, the Archie's comics. She loved them. She had quite a large collection, and apparently her brother still has them. So we're going to try to get those back.
Yeah. This was a comic I loved as a kid, and it's reprints of a comic from the 60s called Not Brandak. And it's just a lot of fun, a lot of Marie Severin art. The one that's this one is this love issue is a lot of fun. The parody of Spider-Man by Marie Severin is very good. It's done in the style of the EC comic book Mad comics, and it's
yeah, very much so.
But the first one I saw was this, and I traded a kid in third or fourth grade for this. He had a beat up. This isn't that copy. He had a beat up copy, but this is Marie Severin doing the origins of Superman and the Fantastic Four, and it basically shows Superman, getting to the point where he has all these other characters and animals, and then of course he gets overwhelmed by the Marvel characters. But the Fantastic Four parody is really great. It's panel for panel Fantastic Four #1, except they put in things like Lady Bird Johnson and the Three Stooges and James Bond. It's a lot of fun, but that's just a reprint of Not Brandak #6 would probably be a better way to get that. They also did this comic called Spoof. This one has a Dark Shadows parody in it.
Yeah, it looks like the Mod Squad also.
Yeah, Mod Squad. This, I mean, it's got a Dark Shadows parody. Look at all the monsters there on that page. And it has a Mod Squad parody that's also done by Marie Severin, and it's beautiful. But then there's this story in here based on a movie called Marooned, and
with Gregory Peck, right? The science fiction.
But
film?
something about this, it looks like it was drawn by a mental patient. And unless they were trying to make it look bad on purpose, I can't imagine they would. But look at this artwork.
It's terrible. Wow.
It really is. It really is bad. It's Stu Schwartzberg. It seems like I've heard of him before. Maybe he's someone I'm supposed to respect, but it's just like it's worse than Rob Liefeld. um, yeah, I don't know. And then Marvel had this humor comic called Arg. Do you remember
Oh
this
yeah,
one?
yeah. In fact, they did a Kolchak, the Night Stalker,
Yeah, yeah. It was.
copy of that.
I'm pretty sure this was their answer to Plop over at DC. It only lasted a few issues. Here's the Kolchak story.
Oh
Here it
yeah,
is.
there it is. Yep.
Um, it only lasted 5 issues. I think Plop got to about issue 20. Here's another Marvel Archie
Oh yeah,
takeoff.
a
It
couple of
just
those.
they dress a little weirder than the Archie characters do. I mean, it's a little more, I hate to say, slutty, and then this Beatnik character is a little strange. I mean, I guess I see people like that at record stores sometimes today, but it just is a weird look. Man, I've got 3 copies of that issue. This is one you got to get though. I paid. I got this at a discount, but it was marked up to $20 at Duncanville Books. And all of these type books were up $20, $30. Maybe it's because it's such good shape, but this one I had to get just because of the
Oh
this
wow.
guy. Yeah, they're watching this horror movie. So this is Harvey #6. I highly recommend. Maybe it's cheaper on mycomicshop.com.
Yeah, I got to check that out.
Yeah, I've got this box here of Marvel romance and humor comics. I kind of started to separate them. Here's, this kind of stuff. That's my childhood copy there from 2nd grade. That one there. What else we got here? And we were talking about Metamorpho earlier.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that at all.
Metamorpho is this character here. He's going to be in the new Superman movie that James Gunn is making. They've got an actor playing him. Really does look like this character in real life. The artist was Ramona Fradon, who also did
Wonder Woman,
Aquaman.
right? Oh, yeah, Aquaman.
Yeah.
Yeah, she just recently died.
Yes. So this is a fun book, Metamorpho. You got more here.
She seemed like a really cool lady in the interviews that I've watched.
Yeah. She was just another Archie style from Marvel.
I have a couple of those from when I was a kid.
There's one from later on in the late 60s at a drive-in. I always like covers where they're listening to records and they have stereo systems, or same thing with Archie or jukeboxes, or most of the collectors are just after the beach covers, but I like ones where bands are playing and people are dancing, or in this case, all this pop art, op art kind of stuff.
Do you guys have any drive-ins near you?
No, no, not that I know of. I don't. I've asked whether someone said there used to be one, decades and decades ago, but I don't know.
Yeah, we're lucky. We still have several near us.
Really, that's great. That really is great. This is I think they were showing this book earlier, Mystery in Space. Or maybe you were showing it. It could have
I
been.
have a couple issues of that. I don't have that one.
This is neat. This character, nobody knows about this character. Ultra, the multi-alien. That's not a character that anyone remembers. Ultra, the multi-alien.
That is wild.
Here's another appearance of the same guy. This is the book that the real book, not that those stories I showed you before were reprinted from. I'd get the original book, not the reprints from the 70s. This is the one with the parody of Spider-Man and Batman and Robin, and they also do a parody of Magnus Robot Fighter fighting Iron Man. This is an origin issue with the origins of the parodies of Captain America, Hulk, and Thor. This is all stuff I loved as a kid. Here's a book. Let's see, that book I just showed you. 1, 2, 3, 4. I have 4 copies of that. And then, because I just keep buying it. If I see it for just a couple of bucks, I can't leave it behind because it's too important to me. And this one I've got 2 copies of. Here's the book that other one was a reprint of. They just gave it a black cover instead of a white cover. And then the one that meant so much to me, shoot, how many do I have? I've got a whole, it's 1, 2, 3, 4. I've got 6 of this issue. This is one of my favorite comics of all time. I thought it was funny. Anyways,
again, real quick. That was one of your favorites?
Yes, it's number 7 of Not Brand X.
Okay.
The origin of they call them the Fantastical Four, and Superman is called Stuperman. I mean, they all have, Mad Magazine style parody names. This is a really good Marie Severin cover, issue 10, with all the.
Yeah, that's great.
Her covers are always great, whether they're serious covers on the Hulk or humorous covers. This one, they started doing these thicker square bound issues later on in the run, right before they canceled it, and they started to put in parodies of movies, not just other comic books. And this one has a parody of Bonnie and Clyde, and they're shooting up a sign with the Marvel heroes.
So that must have come out in 67.
Yeah, somewhere around there, yeah. But this one had a parody of King Kong in it.
Nice.
But I think it ended with issue 11. I was a little kid calling up comic stores and saying, "Do you have Not Brand X?" And they would laugh. It's like, who the hell would ever request that comic that nobody wants? I still think that's how a lot of people feel about that comic. Some people are, think it's sacrilegious to make fun of their beloved characters. And the title means absolutely nothing to most people. Because you have to be aware of 1960s commercials that compare our product with Brand X. They don't want to mention the name of the competitors. Right. They just call them Brand X. And Marvel started calling DC Brand X, which you have to be aware of Mad Magazine to know that X is the sound of someone vomiting.
Yeah.
So by calling the comic not Brand X, that means we're not DC, and that's what it means. That it requires multi-levels of background knowledge of trivia from the 60s to even understand what the hell that title means. At least I think that's what it means, because they were always referring in the bullpen pages to DC as Brand X.
I loved Mad Magazine when I was a kid. Loved it.
Yeah.
Yeah, everything should be pretty much free game to make fun of.
Yeah. Let's see what time it is. I got to turn the thing. 10:38. That's getting close.
Yeah, it's getting close.
I think I'll feed Drew real quick. And here's a plaque of, hold on, a wacky package plaque for Rice-A-Phony. I guess you hang it on your wall. It's real classy. I've got another one over here. This one just hasn't been hung up yet for Kami Cleanser.
I love that stuff. Those stickers. Man, did I love them.
Yeah. I've got a whole uncut sheet in here. That they offered.
Yes, I've seen that. That is incredible.
Yeah, they offered that if you sent in, I don't know, $1 or $2 to Tops on the wrapper. Yeah.
So, real quick, here's a crazy story pertaining to those stickers. So, when I was a kid, I took those stickers and I put them all inside my locker. And I had my whole inside of my locker at school decorated with those stickers.
Right.
So, anyway, many years later, that school closed down because it's in Flint and population was changing, and so they started busing the kids to different schools to get them to fill up the other schools. So they closed that one. That one was vacant for many years. So then we started getting arson all the time, and we were going there and putting fires out.
Oh,
and
boy.
So one particular time, I was the officer in charge, and we had a fire there at Cody's school. So I go there with my crew. We go inside, we put a fire out, and I decided to go upstairs, and I thought, I remember vaguely what area my locker was in. So I'm going down the hallway and I'm looking on the side and I'm kind of opening up the locker doors. I swear to God, when I couldn't believe it, but I actually opened up the locker door that still had those stickers on that locker door. I couldn't believe it. This had to be probably the early 2000s. And I put those stickers on there back in like 1970, probably 75, 74.
I wish you could have somehow removed that door and saved it.
I regret that. I regret that I didn't. I've thought about that many times. I thought, why in the world did I not just go get some tools and remove that door? Because I would love so much to have that door today. It's just strange because I've told this story to several people, and I think to myself, why in the hell didn't I just break the door off and keep that locker door? Because that whole school now is gone.
Yeah,
yeah, it was torn down. They
maybe
tore it down.
In the moment of dealing with arson, that's the last thought in your mind.
I guess so, but I regret that. I wish I would have gotten that door.
Yeah. Let me switch to the other Wi-Fi here. Uh-oh. I've got to. Okay. Let's feed this dog.
So one thing I did do, though, this was another school that a friend of mine, he attended as a kid. And we had a similar situation. It was another school that had been closed for many years, and there was a lot of arson going on. These kids would break into the schools, they'd light fires. Well, this one particular fire was a really big one. We knew we were going to lose the school, and we were going in defensive mode. So I knew that my friend had attended the school as a kid. So I went to in the office, and I was trying to find any kind of memento. I'm figuring I could probably find something kind of cool to take to give them and say, hey, here's something from that school when you were a kid. And there was like everything had just been robbed. Right? There was not even like a desk and a chair or anything that I could grab. It was just pretty much empty. But the one thing that was left was the wall clock in the office, the main office. So I went in there, I grabbed a ladder, pulled the wall clock off the wall, and I gave that to him, and he loved it. And he says, I remember sitting in that office several times and, watching the clock. And of course, that was the clock that he saw as a kid. So yeah, he still has that clock.
Well, people that start fires can't read clocks. They only know digital clocks. Seriously, they cannot. There'll be a clock right there, and they'll say, "What time is it?" And, well, there's a clock right there, and I can't read that. It's
Right.
it's it's really incredible. It just sounds like Mad Max. There, it's just ridiculous what's happened to once great cities.
Yeah, it was a lot like that. It really was. It was unfortunate, but there was a lot of crime, a lot of fires, and it was
I mean, as a
nonstop.
kid, I heard about Devil's Night, and I didn't I just thought, well, that's some custom they have in Detroit, but I didn't know anything beyond that, and so
Yeah, it's crazy.
but it's all abandoned houses they burn. They don't burn houses with people in them, do they?
Well, they did both. And a lot of times, see, what people don't realize is that when you light a house on fire, and if it's going, pretty good, well, your house, the other house next door on both sides is only about 10 feet away. So then what happens is it catches the house next door on fire that's occupied. So even if their intent wasn't necessarily to burn a house that was occupied, it still happened all the time because it would spread. The radiated heat would catch the next house on fire. And there was a time where, yeah, we would lose 3 or 4 houses in a row.
Wow. Shoot. Just um
How old is Drew the dog? How old is she?
uh um I've lost track of time. Cleo could tell you. Well, we got her before the pandemic. That's all I can remember. Um, Not long before the pandemic.
Our dog is going to be 14 years old this year.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I had one dog before named Daisy, and I adopted her when she was 6, or at least that's what they told me. I don't know how they can tell how old the dog is. I guess from the teeth, maybe. I don't know. But she was around for a long time. Those are the only 2 dogs I've ever had in my life. But those Golden Age comics, I would recommend if you're interested in reading them and getting PS art books.
Yeah.
Um, Set like you can get them. They would sell them at half price books for $10 each. They're originally $20. Um, just they reprint pre-code horror with the original ads, and they all look perfectly fine. It just it's there's no way you could ever buy all those, and it's you can't ever even afford all the PS art books. But that's a dangerous rabbit hole to go down. I think is trying to collect Golden Age. Night Tiger knows how to do it, and he's got the funds to do it. That's fine because it's fun for him. I don't think it's something that people should be encouraged to do right now, especially in this economy. He's
Yeah, I agree.
secure.
I
Uh,
agree with
I,
you.
I hope people out there watching this show don't get all excited and try to go buy these books because you need to be stocking up. There's no telling what's going to happen over the next year. And not to be conspiratorial, but things are things are going to get bad because
That's what they predict. A lot of people that I respect are saying that, yeah, there could be another big crash, and a lot of things could change.
Yeah, they're going to do some. I mean, there's no way they're just not going to let Trump back in without something horrific happening,
Yeah,
either
something
before
catastrophic.
or after. So I'd first of all get out of the big cities. And it sounds like most people on the panel tonight are doing that. And I, I just try not to spend too much money on frivolous stuff. I mean, just enjoy what you've already got. Don't get too psycho, not so crazo, as my friend used to say.
Yeah.
That's what he used to call his girlfriend, psycho, not so crazo. and and the girlfriend he had before that, I can't even tell you what he called her behind her back. But it's just I
So this
better not.
friend of yours that referred to these two girlfriends, were they both of them ex-girlfriends, or did he end up marrying one of them?
Oh, he never got married.
Okay, he never got
Um,
married.
Only one of his brothers ever married. For yeah. No, they were all bachelors, and they were interesting people. They
Now, is he still alive, that friend?
No, no, he's the one I was telling you that knew Lemmy,
Okay.
and he directed Ramon's videos and things.
Yes. Okay. Yeah.
Um,
Now, how did he die? Was it heart attack?
um, well, it was a heart thing. He had, like very little, just like only a little small part of his heart was working or something. I don't know exactly. It might have been. I just, he had something he was supposed to wear, like a vest that I guess would keep things going, and he didn't wear it one night or something. I don't know exactly how that all works, but that was what I understand.
Hmm.
Yeah, he just fallen into bad health. Um, so I've been looking all around for my sunglasses because they're prescription sunglasses, and that's kind of important. And I normally put them in one place, and I didn't do that the last time, and I have no idea where they are. So I got to look everywhere because it's part of the insanity. Um,
Well, it's almost that time for you to.
is it? What time is it?
Yeah, it's 11:52
Oh,
my
okay.
time, so 10:52 your time.
All right, all right. Yeah, I probably should sign off and start getting ready and start washing my clothes for tomorrow. Um,
All right.
so, all right. Well,
All right, my friend.
guys,
It's always a
see you
pleasure.
guys.
Take care.
Take care, everybody.
Good night.
Night.